It's that picture of Charlie. It gets me every time. It's so funny. Can we just see that quickly? Where is it? Oh, it doesn't work like that. Look at him. I don't even remember how I made that. Anyway, we're not doing Adolescence today. We're doing Jodi. Jodi Adelson, imagine that. Did you all see the witness list for Donna? We now know all her shit. Judge Everett's not going to let anything else in at all. Fucking Zellman come back next week. Your Honor, these timely matters are a principle to our case. Judge Everett's like, I gave you a deadline, man. I gave you a deadline, and that's it. Anyway, we'll get back to Adolescence soon, sometime soon. I mean, it's the fucking trial in, 3 weeks? We're going to have the 8th of August, August 8th, for the next and final pre-trial hearing. Almost doesn't seem real. It seems like we've been waiting forever, and now it's just around the corner. Anyway, what are we doing tonight? It's the final segment of Jodi talking to Flores, Detective Flores, or anyone else in the police department. The next port of call for Jodi will be the press. But we've already done that. I think she likes talking to the press better. Why is that? Why is that? Because, they're not trained. They're not really important. With that, she's working on the court of public opinion. Working on displaying her. It's sort of a job interview for Jodi, isn't it? Anyway, we were about halfway through last night's video. I think we were about here.
Do you guys spend the whole day together then?
Let us know if we need more audio, volume, whatever.
That following day, did you guys go anywhere? Stayed in the house?
Slept.
Well, after a long trip, I'd sleep too.
Trying to stay up all night waiting. He was watching something on YouTube. Some stupid video. He's like,
Yeah, I really don't have much against Detective Flores, but I bet he wishes he turned up the heat when he had the chance. What is all this like, oh yes, driving through the night? Oh, I bet you had to sleep. I'd sleep if I'd sleep if I drove through the night. What the fuck, man? Get on with it. Hit her with a heavy chain or a phone book or something, It's like the old days when we used to just beat a confession out of them.
I see this, and I'm watching, and I'm like, this is so boring. I'm like, what? What's the point of that? And he's like, just stupid, pointless stuff. I'm like, okay. I guess everyone's got to have their time to binge out.
I'm not going to play the video because it's obviously copyrighted. It's a Daft Punk song, but I will show you a screenshot, and we may see the real reason that Jodi didn't like what he was watching.
Being so driven and deep as he portrays himself to be, it's just funny that he watches stuff like that. It wasn't anything profane or bad, or vulgar. It's just like people like dancing, but they had like boxes of foil on their head, and it was just like weird. Like robotic kind of music.
The pictures that I showed you of you laying on a bed and stuff, is that when those were taken that day?
Yeah, we also made a video, but we deleted it.
Video on that,
On his camera.
on that camera.
Did you get it?
Videos are hard to get once they're erased. They take up so much room.
Yeah.
And whereas pictures are a little different. What happened after that? What went wrong? I know that the last photos of him were taken about 5:20, 5:30. And you said he doesn't like you to take pictures of him and stuff.
He was very private about the shower.
So this is the video that Travis was watching. And I remember this. I remember this from about 2005 or 6. It was one of the first things I ever saw on YouTube. And it's these two girls, and they've got boxes on their heads. We know that from testimony. And you can't really see it because of the quality, but they've got written on their limbs, like inner thigh, side of the bicep, and stuff, the words harder, better, faster, stronger, from the Daft Punk song by the same name. And as they dance, they display the word in time with the music. And that would take some practice. If anyone wants a link, there it is. I'm not going to play it because of the copyright issue. But yeah, I think Jodi was just upset that Travis was looking at two girls with better bodies than her in their underwear. Right? I mean, you know, it's not a bad video. It's quite good. They put effort in. They trained. They practiced. We have to respect that.
Like
Is that why you were taking pictures of him in the shower?
No. No.
Trying to get them.
No.
You see what Detective Flores did then? Trying to get an omission. Is that why you were taking pictures of him in the shower? I'm not trying to lock you into a story, but I'm just trying to laugh about it so it doesn't seem like the linchpin to my case.
I'm surprised he allowed you to take pictures of him in the shower. The first few looked like he wasn't too comfortable, but obviously whatever you were saying to him made him a little more comfortable.
I remember all that very clearly.
You remember that? What went wrong? Did he say something to you? Were you angry about something? Were you frustrated? What was it? Something happened at that point.
You know, when Jodi does go into the recounting of the ninja story, she is clearly, and you know, in another scenario, she may have done a good job. She is clearly trying to emulate the trauma of recounting such a terrible event, such a horrible event. But before she starts the show, this behavior here is not. What she missed was she should not be acting the trauma only when recounting, but in the run-up, right here. She's just playing with her hair. Let's go back.
Were you angry about something?
Golfer girl,
Were
Massachusetts.
you frustrated? What was it? Something happened at that point, and I don't know what it was.
What are they going to do with the rental car? Are they going to bring it here?
There were several photos of him, and the last one that we have is him sitting in the shower. And that's when I think it happened. He was sitting down, looking up at you. What did you do? What happened, Jodi?
Is the audio loud enough? I know that this interview, it's 17 years old. So I know that the audio is quite quiet. Let us know if you can hear it.
Oh God, that's...
Alison, Christina, Deb H, Cindy, Daphne.
I plan on doing that the whole time.
Toilet paper rolls have been downsized a lot since then. Well, this is just as the recession hit, right? Lehman Brothers was going in the fucking toilet just as Jodi's life was going in the toilet. And Barclays. Oh, Christina's having audio problems. Hold! Stop everything. What can we do about that, Christina? Describe the echo to me. Is it like I'm in a cave or in a tunnel? What about if I move the microphone like that? Is that better? I'm repositioning it. Is that... How about that, Christina? Is that good? Now we have to skip ahead. Hello. No echo, just a tad of room reverb. What do you think we should do, a cappella? I don't really want to put anything on the walls. I heard about egg cups. Well, not egg cups. Egg boxes to absorb the sound. But, oh. Do you have the video open in 2 tabs? No? No. Why? You getting a video, an echo on the video? That shouldn't happen. No, it's just playing in one place and it's locally. Christina, have our adjustments made you happy? Good, good.
I don't believe you planned it. But then I don't understand why you took a gun with you.
Oh, I didn't.
Where is that gun from then?
Oh, I didn't. Yeah, no, there was a burglary at my grandparents' house. They had a .25 auto stolen, which was the same caliber of round that was used to shoot Travis in the face. But that wasn't mine.
Where did you get it? Everybody says he didn't have one. Where did you get it? If you didn't take it. Did he have one in the house?
Not to my knowledge.
Then where did you get it? Did you bring it with you? Did you get it there in Arizona?
I didn't ever have it, actually. Didn't have it in my possession.
Then who had it? If you had it and Travis didn't have it, then who had it? Jodi. Please.
I can't.
Why not? Are you protecting somebody else? Why would somebody else do this?
I don't know.
Did someone catch you there? Someone not expecting you to be there?
They would have seen my car.
Then who was it?
I don't know.
They're evil.
I can tell you.
So they're evil ninjas.
I can tell you everything that I know or that I remember.
Okay. What do you remember? From the time you were taking the pictures to the time you left. What happened?
I really don't know why Jodi chooses to try and pull this off on her own. Has she spoken to a lawyer in the jail? On a phone, you know? That's an option. When you're booked, here's a list of lawyers. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. She's just got these set of balls on this girl. I mean, Jesus Christ. You're going to try and act this out live without a rehearsal in front of a homicide detective. I mean, he's not going to let you go. Wait and speak to a lawyer. Definitely speak to a lawyer.
What happened after that last picture was taken? You have to tell me. If you want me to believe that somebody else was there, you have to show me. You have to explain to me what happened. Otherwise, it was just you. And if that's the case, that's okay. That's okay as well.
It's better if everyone thinks that.
If everyone thinks that it was just you. No, it's not.
It is really, you have no idea.
I do have
No,
an idea.
you have no idea.
You're going through your own things right now. If somebody else was there with you, we need to know that. Why would somebody do that? Just because you're there with Travis?
They didn't say.
Hmm?
They didn't say.
He didn't say? They. What was the first thing they did to him? You were there. You saw it. What was the first thing
I
you saw?
actually didn't see it, I heard it first.
Was there an argument? No?
Not between Travis and I.
Any argument between anybody?
Is there any way I can see those pictures?
No, not right now.
Yeah.
Can I see them soon? I will. You know,
I just imagine if she looks at the pictures and in the background hanging on the door is like a dark black or a very dark towel. And she's like, see? That's him. That's the ninja. Hiding. Lying in wait.
You need to start letting me know what happened.
Okay.
You're telling me that some other people were there. You know how much that concerns me?
There's nothing to be concerned about, Esteban.
I don't know who they were. But they know where I live.
Mm-hmm.
Or they know where my parents are, or I don't know if they know where my grandparents are, but they got my address. And they know where my family is.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
So you're trying to say you're doing this to protect your family? Why would someone do this to you and to him?
I don't think they really intended to do anything to me.
You're saying somebody followed you all the way to Arizona from here?
No, I don't think. I think I was an element of surprise for them.
Yeah.
You?
Yeah, they followed me all the way to Salt Lake City. We went to Vegas and Salt Lake and then back over to Redding. They followed me all the way over the next 3 days.
Were an element of surprise? So they didn't expect
I'm
you
guessing.
to be
I don't think so.
there? They didn't expect you to be there.
I mean, they had to see my car.
Is it someone who lives in Mesa locally?
I didn't recognize any of them.
Either of them,
They have to
Jody.
give you a
Either of
motive.
them.
Why would they do this? Were they going after Travis? For what reason? You tell me this, but you give me no reason.
They didn't discuss much. They just argued
About what?
about whether or not to kill me
For what reason?
because I'm a witness
A witness of what?
of him, of Travis.
Of Travis's murder.
Yeah, but I didn't really witness it. Didn't see much.
Okay.
I just oh.
You need to make this believable because it is not believable to me right now. You need to give me something.
Okay. I just listen.
I am listening,
They-
Jodi.
I
I
know,
am listening,
I'm
and
just
it doesn't
saying-
make any sense to me.
It's fine because my family will.
Well, help us protect your family. If that's the case.
They got the red.
Hey, thanks so much, Danielle Savoy, for supporting our trip to Lisbon. We've got to go all the way to Lisbon to submit fingerprints to the FBI at the United States Embassy. I mean, can you believe this? I just want to get on a plane. You know, do you know how complicated that's going to be? You know, I can't even, you know, I really shouldn't drive my vehicle into Lisbon. That's just crazy. That's just asking for trouble. So we got to go all the way up. So that's like what? 400 miles each way. And I'm going to have to take the dog. I won't be able to leave her in the car, so she's going to have to go into some kind of hotel. I mean, it's like a 2-day, multiple $100 situation. You know what I mean? To submit my fingerprints to the FBI. The FBI! I mean, hands up who's been fingerprinted by the FBI. I think I'm the only one here, probably. But yes, if you want to help support us submitting our biometric information to the Federal Bureau of Investigation at your country's embassy, help us out with a super chat or head us up on buymeacoffee.com, or we've got the PayPal now. The PayPal link is in the description. It took us years to work that out, but we finally did it. We finally did it, and it's there. No, we would really appreciate it because, you know, running this channel, suddenly, you know, it's going really well, and then suddenly the FBI want to take your fingerprints and have you come to the fucking US Embassy. I mean, Jesus fucking Christ. Give me a break. Can I just get through 1 month with like without any unforeseen expenses? That'd be great. That'd be great. Get some footing back. But anyway, it's all good. It's all good. We're in a good mood. We're happy.
My driver's license has a P.O. box on it. And they got my registration out of my purse, which was in the purse that I was using at the time.
Oh, thank you so much, Pinto. Long time no see. Good to have you back.
And it has my parents' address on
Why would they do this? You see where I'm coming from? Why? What kind of beef did they have with him? Or was it with you? Or
it.
you need to make this believable.
Yeah, Christina, to answer your question, the best ways are coffee and PayPal. Why? Because they take the least commission, and super chats and super stickers. That's like on a rolling month. So when super chats come in now, the money is collectible at the end of August. So it's all good. They're all good ways to support the channel. But yeah, I mean, coffee and PayPal are the #1 ways.
People just don't go in somewhere and kill somebody for no reason and then let a witness go. That doesn't happen. They've already killed one person. Why not just take care of the other?
Well, yeah.
You know who they are if you're telling me the truth.
I don't know them.
Then I don't believe you either. And I can't. You can't expect me to.
Okay. Here's what
I
happened.
want to.
I wasn't planning on going to Travis's house. I was gonna go to Santa Cruz. Well, I wasn't even planning to go to Santa Cruz. I was gonna go to Monterey, but by the time I called Matt, he's like, "We're in Santa Cruz, meet us here." And I said, okay. So I went to the Red Room there, just to kind of hang out for the locals. So the younger kids our age, sort of 20-somethings and 30-somethings. And I stayed the night in Monterey that night. Got up the next morning and visited with Daryl and his son before he went to school. Drove, this is Tuesday, the 3rd, and I'm driving to LA. I hadn't heard back from Laura yet, but that's what it was. It wasn't until I got to LA where I thought, I was looking at my map, and Utah wasn't really on there, but I mean.
Golfer Girl says, what did I miss? Why do the FBI want your fingerprints? Well, it's just part of my visa application to visit. Thanks, Christina. Yeah, no, I wanted to come over for Donna's trial, but as that's happening, I mean, so soon, I'm not going to make it, but, hopefully we'll have a Wendy trial, and that'll be the best one yet. I mean, come on. So that's the new goal. We need to get the visa sorted for Wendy's trial.
Arizona, but because it was to Utah, the MapQuest directions I printed. Okay, I just see, like, I've seen The Sopranos, and they're not mafia or anything, but, I honestly...
Yeah, it was big fat guy. Kind of smelt like mozzarella, and he kept saying, "Hey."
There's a part of me inside that thinks they're never going to come after my family.
Well, from what you're telling me and from what I know about Travis and all his dealings, there's no reason anybody would go after him. Nothing. So what you're telling me about 2 people coming in, or however many people coming in and taking care of him and letting you go, is just so far-fetched. I can't believe it. Why would they do this to him? What were they arguing about? What did they say? Their details.
They didn't say a lot. They were white Americans from what I could tell. They had what do you call those things? They're like beanies, but they cover your whole face.
Balaclava.
You've got like holes for your nose and
Like ski
your
caps.
mouth and your eyes.
Oh, that's right. You don't call them balaclavas, do you? You just say ski mask. It's a balaclava.
And one was black.
No, I don't imagine I'll be there for 90 days, Danielle. I mean, you know, who knows? Who knows? I mean, I couldn't leave soap for 3 months. That I'd just miss her too much. Yeah, I mean, who knows what'll happen? Who knows what'll happen? Maybe we should just move to Tallahassee.
I think they were both black or maybe dark blue or something. Anyway, it wasn't until I was in LA and Laura wasn't getting back to me. It was already like 9 something. But I was like, maybe I will just go see Travis briefly. And I called Ryan and said, my phone was about to die. And I tried getting hold of Matt. I got his voicemail. I was going to ask him if my charger was there and if he could save it or mail it or something. So I had a wall charger, I think, and I was just gonna charge it later, I guess, when I got somewhere. Anyway, I did call Travis and I said, guess what? And he said, what? I said, I'm coming to Arizona tonight. And there was silence and he goes, really? And I said, yeah. Well,
Really?
Did you change your mind? And I just said, cause I think I just told him I missed him or something. But I would have said, cause you're too compelling, but like, he's already got a big enough head and that stuff. So I showed up and he was watching YouTube on his computer, on his laptop in the office. We watched that for a little while and he was very happy to see me. Napoleon barked, but he always barks when somebody walks in, and then Napoleon was really happy to see me. He gets so excited, his little jiggles. And I just do this thing to his butt where you just kind of push him on the side, and he goes around in circles over and over and over until he realizes, hey, stop putting me in circles. So it was a good reunion. We went, I told him I was tired, I think, because I don't know what his intentions were, or what he thought my intentions were at the time, like if we were going to do anything, but I was very exhausted from the trip, and I just...
Patsy
I think
Cline!
I'm just going to sleep for a little while, and he said, that's fine. So I had slept pretty well the day before, but I was tired from driving all night, so I slept.
So the background noise is in the video. I can't do anything about that.
And he slept, and we must have slept till about 1.
In the afternoon?
Yeah. Must have been around then. His roommate was home when I got there. I never see his roommate though, so I think I was asleep by the time he thought I'd been left. Okay, if you don't believe me, that's okay.
I'm trying to.
I'm just saying
really
that,
hard.
you know, it sounds to me like I'm already in the system, pretty far in.
Yeah.
I'm not getting out anytime soon. And as long as the rap falls on me, I think that...
It's not good. Don't do this.
No, I'm just saying, I think that as long as that is, there's less of a chance that my little brother is going to be hurt, or my mom, or my dad, or my sister that live there.
Okay, we'll continue with the story.
Anyway,
About 1 o'clock.
yeah, we had sex a couple of times. Once was in his bed, and once was again downstairs in his office. And he...
On that big old Mormon desk.
I don't know what he was looking at. Some pictures that I had brought for him. But he has a virus on his computer, so...
Michelle, welcome back.
Click the start menu on Windows XP or newer, or 2000 or whatever. You have like my music, my pictures, my computer.
Yeah.
You can usually click on my computer and then go to the disk drive and open that. He could
Fucking hell,
click the Windows and it would come up, and none of those...
Did she say Windows XP? I haven't thought about that in years. Wasn't that great? Everybody knew where they were with XP. It was just, yeah, I mean, maybe it's because, I don't know, it was around in my early adulthood, but it was just great. Solitaire, Minesweeper, screensavers, it was the best. And you could modify your start menu toolbar and make it silver or black. Or just go to the classic. What was the default background? Let's bring it up for nostalgia. Oh. Oh. Look at this, everyone. Oh. Wow. A nice field with a sky. Classic. Simple times.
Why this music, computer's picture, or whatever, none of that would come up. So he had some kind of virus that he was dealing with. And then his screensaver was a bunch of little bugs eating up his screen. It was just weird. And he said that was from the virus too. I was like, that's a cute screensaver. He's like, yeah, it's my stupid virus. So, for some reason that was frustrating for both of us because we couldn't look at the pictures. And they were from a lot of our church history trips, which...
And I remember that virus as well. I had that around the time, you know. This is so immersive for me. She's talking about XP, viruses, the Daft Punk video. You know, that the virus where I opened a program and all these like cockroaches appeared on the screen. It was freaky. Thank you, Amy. Look at that. Look at that. Where's the fingerprint emoji? We've got to give our fingerprints to the FBI. Do you think Pat Sanford's going to look into me?
Or on my other external drive, which I haven't been able to access for a long since after Christmas because it just quit. And I just haven't had the money to spend to get all that stuff back.
So you guys worked with that for a while? Or?
Yeah, we had 3 discs, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, 3. And...
So what time is this now, you guys?
Hey, Jodi, a minute ago you were just traumatized remembering a bunch of people come in and get Travis, you know. So suddenly we're having sex on the Mormon desk and we're looking at Windows XP and we're going through photos. It's a mishmash.
Messing with the computer.
I don't really remember. It was after we had done
A couple hours
yeah.
or...
Yeah.
Blast from the past. Have you seen the movie with Brendan Fraser? And that girl, what's her name? I forget the girl's name. It's good.
Or so later.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Afternoon. I just, he had been cleaning his house. So I wasn't sitting on the couch. Usually I would just chill on the couch downstairs, if no one was home. But he had like chairs and all that stuff all over the couch. Like he was cleaning the floors or something. Fed Napoleon. I don't know if he made phone calls or not, or what he was doing on the internet, but at one point he was going to go up and take a shower, and it took a lot of convincing prior when he was shaving.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I got some ideas, and they didn't turn out good at all, not like I wanted to, but I thought that I could get some cool pictures of him shaving. It's because he does the whole old-fashioned thing with like this little, I don't know how it works. He liked it though, apparently.
Yeah, all this old-fashioned shit he had. I mean, is that like a Southwest Arizona thing? Is everything that they sell in home stores in Phoenix like for old people or what? I mean, Travis seems like he was about 2 steps away from smoking a pipe, you know, in an oxblood chair, sitting next to a fireplace, wearing a cravat and slippers, wearing a cravat with a dressing gown. Smoking a pipe, cravat with a dressing gown, in an oxblood chair next to the fireplace. You know, what is with that?
He used it for his profile picture on MySpace. So those didn't turn out as good. I was gonna do that again later, but I asked him if I could do pictures of him in the shower, and he's like, no. And I was like, I just have an idea. I have a couple ideas. And he's like, well, what do you mean? And I was like, I said, I have this, I saw this thing in a Calvin Klein ad once that looked really good. And so he was, you're right, he wasn't very comfortable at first. He's standing there and he's all, I feel gay.
All right, so this portion was like brought up, Juan Martinez brought it up time and time again. It was on repeat for about 4 plays during trial. And I never really understood why. But Juan Martinez does that, doesn't he? He gets fixated on these points, and it's like, you're so fixated on this point that I've forgotten what the point is that you're trying to make. You know, it really, I'm not so sure. I mean, yeah, of course, I like him shouting at Jodi. But as an attorney, is he? I mean, it's amazing what he can do and hold the whole case in his mind, all those facts. He doesn't need notes. It's all, you know, in the moment. It's incredible. It's incredible. He's clearly dedicated, trained, disciplined, passionate, you know, many good things I can say. But do I like his style? Not really, I have to be honest. I mean, you know, I like I think the thing I like best about him arguing with Jodi is Jodi, because she is tough against him. Can you imagine that guy shouting and screaming at you in front of a room full of people and TV cameras? It would be terrifying. And, you know, I'm not a supporter of Jodi Arias, okay? Let me make that clear. But I have to give her fucking some credit. I mean, you know, for dealing with that on the stand. I mean, for all those days, I mean, it was incredible.
He has that look on his face, though.
So some I deleted and some I kept taking. And some he looked really good, I thought. The one that you showed me yesterday of him looking right at you, I think that's a great picture. He hates it. I don't know what he hates about that. I think it's very good.
Let's bring that picture up. I mean, that picture now is terrifying. Just because of what it all means, yeah? Look at that. That's moments, maybe a minute, before he just got knifed in the back and just kept these knife blows coming to his neck, chest, face, head, arms. You know, losing blood, starting to not be able to walk, struggling to the sink, bleeding in the sink, looking in the mirror, trying to check how damaged he is, terrified, it's coming, and then he falls to the ground and she leans over him, grabs a tuft of his hair, pulls his head back and slits his throat wide open, blood gushing out all over the carpet. The last thing he sees is all of his blood making the carpet red, and then shoots him in the face. Moments after this. And do you think, I mean, maybe we're imagining it because, maybe I'm imagining it because of what we know now, but on some level, is there an element of recognition in his eyes of what is about to come? You know, he must have had some instinct, some sense, maybe not consciously, maybe it just wasn't enough to get in there and become real to him, but something about his subconscious knew that she was there with this intent, luring him into the shower. Let me take some photos of you. I want to try this Calvin Klein thing, you know. Get into that vulnerable position. Be naked and wet and kneeling down with no shoes on. You know, there would have been that sense. Probably not enough for it to become a threat in his mind, but on some level, he knew what was about to happen. And can we see that in his eyes? Maybe. It's not a smile, is it? And it doesn't even just look like he's embarrassed. Like, oh, I don't want pictures taken of me, I'm not in the mood, or something like that. The expression I get from it is, there's two. One is fear, and the second is almost bewilderment, because he doesn't know what he's looking at. It's not become clear. Because he's basically looking at the fucking Grim Reaper, right? I think there's something coming through. You know, the eyes can speak to things that we are not conscious of in our mind. If his subconscious feels that something is wrong and that he's in danger, that might be visible in his eyes without it becoming a conscious thought of a threat in his mind, right? The eyes have a thing of their own, don't they? They do stuff that we're not aware of. They convey. And now we're seeing something being conveyed in Travis's eyes. I think so.
Picture.
So you were taking pictures and showing them?
Yeah. He's all, let me see, you know, chilling. His shower door was open, and his water pressure in that shower isn't that great, so it's not like water was going everywhere.
What happened when the last picture was taken?
Cheese legs.
He was kneeling down in the shower. I don't remember if this is his shower and the sink is over here. I was like right here taking pictures. And I don't really know what happened after that exactly, except I think he was shot.
Where were you?
If this is his shower and he's sitting here, I was like, well, if this is his shower and he's sitting here,
Oh,
I
here we
was like
go.
right here on my knees, and his bathtub was right here, and I was taking him here, and I was just going through the pictures, and I heard this loud ring.
This loud ring that I'm now remembering, and it haunts me.
And
Hey Jodi, was it a $100,000 a year ring?
I don't really remember, except Travis was screaming. I think I got knocked out, but I don't think it was that long. I know I got knocked in the head, and I've gotten knocked in the head once by my dad when he was just really mad, and it wasn't like, actually it wasn't, he didn't knock me in the head, he just pushed me against the wall, and I hit my head, and I fell. But he, in this case, I think it was similar, because he was screaming, and I was by the bathtub. And he was holding his head, and there were two people there, and
What'd you say?
I remember putting my hand on his back because he was on all four of his knees. He was like on his knees like this, doing something like this or something like, I don't know. And I was like, are you okay? What's going on? What's going on? He's like, go get help, go get help. And I said, okay. And I turned around, there were two people there. One was a guy and one was a girl. I couldn't tell that at first, but I could just see one was a girl, and I assumed the other was a guy because their build, and then their voices. I don't remember what they were wearing, like maybe jeans.
What did they say?
One was in all black, one was in jeans.
Did they say anything?
Yeah, the girl wanted to kill me too.
What did she say?
Just
What,
like,
what words did you hear? What phrases?
who is that? Who is that? I thought he was by himself or alone or something, and he was like, shut up, just finish it. And Travis was screaming the whole time. He wasn't screaming like a girl, he was just like he was in pain, like he was like shocked, like, oh, you know. He wasn't really moving though, he was just staying kind of still on the floor.
Then what happened?
Well, as soon as he said go get help, and I turned around and they were there, and
Where were they?
they were in the bathroom.
Where at the bathroom? Not in the
The
hallway
girl
or in the
was-
bathroom?
The girl was in the hallway, kind of. And the guy was more toward in the bedroom, but like still in the bathroom, like on the tile carpet area, right there where it starts.
Okay.
And he started coming in toward the bathroom too, and
What'd you do?
it was.
What happened? What happened, Jodi? What did you see?
I took it out like a little bitch.
You took off.
I ran, and he stopped me, but
He stopped you?
and Travis, he was he was still like conscious and still alive, and
But you just left him there.
no, I ran into the closet because like there's two doors, and they were sort of in the hallway already, and he stopped me, and he didn't touch me, he was just held the gun to my head, and he was like, you don't go anywhere, and he told the other girl to finish it. I didn't see, but he was like, he was saying a lot, but
What happened?
he told me to stay there and not to move.
And where was that, in the closet?
No, it was like this. Sorry.
Here, I see. Is this bedroom? Okay, and then you got the long hallway to this bathroom, the sink. And you have the closet here.
Mhm.
And then you have the shower.
Mhm.
And then the bathtub. And then there's the,
I wonder why Detective Flores commandeered the paper and pad and chose to draw the floor plan map himself. Was that to show her that he knows the scene inside out, or was it to prevent her from stalling, or to control the narrative? Interesting that he took that away from her and did it himself.
toilet right there. Okay, this is the sink. Then his bedroom is actually his closet door.
Alien zombie ninjas, Christina. It was alien zombie ninjas. Alien zombie vampire ninjas came and killed Travis, and I was lucky to get away. Well, she goes down to Roswell and Mount Chester and Area 51, the balloon fiesta. Alien ninja vampire zombies killed Travis and then escaped in a balloon. I think they went towards New Mexico. Check New Mexico.
Over there. His bedroom.
Yes, exactly. And so his closet is kind of like this. So I ran this way because he was walking this way and she was already right here. And then he stopped me here and he said, "Don't move." And Travis was here or somewhere whereabouts, and he left the room for a minute. And I didn't have my stupid phone because it wasn't charged. And Travis's phone was downstairs, and I didn't know his roommates, I didn't think were home at the time. So, like, I was just trying to think if there's any way I could call 911 or call or get out of the house. There's no way out except down the stairs. His windows they're 2 stories for one, and they were hard to get to. He had stuff here and blinds and screens and window coverings and, from the outside. And
Okay.
I just, she was over him, and I just rushed her and I pushed her, and
Here's what?
Travis was bleeding everywhere.
What was she doing to him? Because he'd been shot at this time, right?
Yeah, but he was still alive.
Mm-hmm.
He was still conscious even.
Of course, later at trial, she will say that she went through all of this act. The reason that she went through this act was to not let it get out that Travis was jerking off over a picture of an 8-year-old boy. And she was bringing him pamphlets, get help with your urges, get help with your sexual predator, pedo urges. Oh, my God. What a way to go out, huh? I mean, not only do you get brutally murdered in your own bathroom while you're naked and left there for a week almost, but after you're dead, this bitch comes into court and says, yes, I'd been worried about him for a while. He would send me Spider-Man underwear for the 4 to 6s and have me wear them during sex. You know? Okay.
Still talking.
Oh, he wasn't talking or saying much, but I could tell. He was breathing. He seemed like he was breathing calmly, I think. He wasn't like, he was just there. I really remember it's such a blur.
Okay. And so you did what now? You pushed her?
Mm-hmm. She's a little bit bigger than me, not really in size, but height.
And what happened?
Well, it didn't really deter her.
I really like this, Danielle. See how she's playing with the pen and not even drawing anything probative at this point. It's calming her nerves. Don't let her play with the pen and paper. Force her to feel the anxiety. That's a very good observation, Danielle. Thank you for sharing. And I agree, totally. Any tactile distraction helps Jodi be less stressed. Take everything away. I mean, really, they should have her in a proper interrogation room with a ticking clock, like Chris Watts.
Did she have any weapons on her at all?
Black Eagle. Right, we need to go to the map. Have we got Maine? How are the lobsters doing, Black Eagle? Where's our map? Oh, we do have Maine. Uh-oh. Remember, guys, if you are in... There's got to be an easier way to do this. It's always so big. If you are in... a grey state, let us know in the comments. Let us know in the chat comments. Hawaii, Alaska, all those grey states on the mainland. Missouri. I want Missouri.
Yeah.
What'd she have?
I thought she was the one with the gun,
Gun.
but maybe she had the gun, but he had a gun. So whether there were two guns or one gun, I don't know.
Well, she's the one who shot him, though, right? She was the one here, and he was back here at that time when you saw them.
I would think so, because, I mean, I don't know, I got hit here somewhere. I don't know. Because when I...
Hey! Ring the bell, Soap. We've got Arizona. Fantastic. Thank you, Mona Lisa AZ.
When I woke up, he was screaming. And I saw her at this point, like right here, and walking either back. She must have been walking back this way. And I saw him sort of following. And that's when he's like, finished. And I started running this way, and he stopped me, and then he left the room for a couple of minutes.
Why did he leave?
Maybe just, I don't know.
Okay. So
He's
what
like,
happened
"Don't
after?
you
What
know?"
happened after you pushed her?
I got Travis, and he wasn't like standing up really. He wasn't really doing much, and I was trying to get him, and she came back. I got him kind of far, like right here. She came back, and he was starting to just get weaker and weaker. And this guy came back in, and she said that they needed to do me too, because it was there. And he's like, no, that's not why we're here. Yeah. He had my purse, which I had on the dresser here prior, somewhere.
And what did they do after this? After you guys reached this? Just try to stick with the incident, so I don't know what was going on.
She came after me, and he stopped her.
Okay.
And she didn't get me.
How was she gonna get you? Did she have a weapon?
She had a knife.
Okay. You said she had a gun before.
I don't know if she had a gun. I think, because I am guessing, I know that he had a gun. I don't know if she had a gun or not.
So she was basically the aggressor.
Yeah, unless he took a shot too. I don't know.
But it seems like from what you're telling me, she was the aggressive one and he was the more passive.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely aggression as far as, I mean, I don't know what you define aggression by, but like there was definitely a sternness, and I wasn't like just free to walk out of there. Like, hey, it's cool, you know, it wasn't anything like that.
Then what happened?
They had an argument back and forth, and she wanted to kill me, and he didn't.
Why didn't they kill you? Just because he said?
He said that's not what we're here for.
Did they say why they were there?
No. It was obvious they were there for him. They didn't say why.
So it seemed like they knew him, obviously.
Yeah, but he didn't seem to know them. I mean, he was a little out of it, plus they had masks on anyway, but he didn't express any kind of recognition.
I could talk.
He was able to say, go get help. And at one point he said, go to my neighbor's house. Go to my neighbor's house. So that if you there was just no way out of it.
Did you see them hurt him anymore? Other than a gunshot?
She had a knife, and I don't know. He was bleeding everywhere. It was like when she rushed me afterward, or she came back, I rushed her, but she kind of came back at me.
Why didn't she hurt
Travis
you?
and I were right about here, maybe? I don't know. Halfway? I don't know. And there was a little bit of a struggle with her and I. I was so scared. I'm not a person who fights. I'm not a person who knows really about self-defense. I took some classes once, but it was like 8 years ago, and I've never been consistent with it.
Okay.
So I wasn't sure. I just knew I had to hold on to her hands because she had a knife.
What hand did she have?
She had it in this hand, but well, her right, I guess. So
All right. What happened? So you didn't see her hurt him anymore. He was just bleeding. Where did he end up?
he when I tried getting him here, he said go get help. And when I came back this way, pushed her, and he said go to my neighbors, go to my neighbors. And I wasn't like no, but I wasn't gonna leave. If I couldn't leave without him, I was trying. I felt stupid already for trying to run this way. I was gonna go to a phone. And he was like, I just said, come on, come on. You know, he was naked, but I didn't care. Just come on. And he's like, I can't. I said, come on. He's like, I can't feel my legs. And they wouldn't let me be by him.
Were you clothed at that time, or were you also nude?
Yeah, I was clothed.
Are those the pants that I showed you the other day on that camera?
I don't think I have pants like that. I don't know. I've got a lot of clothes. I'm trying to remember the clothes that I took to that trip. Oh, I do have another pair of striped pants, and they're gray though with a black stripe. I don't think they were those. I don't know.
Okay. So what happened after that? They had a conversation about killing you two, and then they decided not to.
She
Go from
really,
that
really,
point.
really wanted to.
What happened then?
From there, I was here, like his armoire or whatever it's called with his TV was here,
Mhm.
and I was right about here, and I had to stay here. And I was calling his name, and they were like, shut the hell up. And I was just, I don't know if I was crying. It was all just like, it was so weird. He was going through my purse,
Mhm.
and he pulled out my wallet, and he just took some cash. I had, though, my cash stashed in the jeans I had worn, like a good chunk of it, not like $80, stashed in 420s in the back of my jeans pockets, which were in my backpack. But I had some cash in here, not all of it, though.
Okay.
So he took that, and
And what happened?
he was,
What was she doing?
she was like right here that time.
Doing what?
Um,
He's over here taking stuff from your wallet, from your purse. You're here. She's down the hall.
she wasn't far. It's not a far distance. There was part of me, I think, that was just, I was sitting and I was just like, I didn't know what to say. Like, would you beg for your life? Do you say, who are you guys? I'm powerless because I don't have any way to stop them. They were just more powerful.
Well, continue
So
on.
I
So once he
figured-
took stuff from there, what did he do?
She was, I don't know what she was doing, but she was arguing with him and talking with him and saying,
What were they saying?
she's like, it wasn't like super yelling, it was kind of like hushed but
Mhm.
intense, like, you need to da-da-da, shut up, that's not why we're here, things like that. And
You need to da-da-da. Shut up. That's not why we're here.
he grabbed my wallet and
As bad as this is, it's a lot better than Chandler Halderson.
he was looking through it. He just took the cash, put it in his pocket. He got my registration out of my wallet,
Mhm.
and he said,
What do you say?
said, "You must be that bitch from California."
Mhm.
And he was going like this with my illustration. And he said, "If you ever say anything about this, he said they'll do to my family the same way and me." And I didn't care so much about me at that point. He said, "You need to leave, and don't you call anybody, and don't you say anything, and don't you act like anything happened." He said, "I'm giving you one chance." And she said she's gonna rat us off, she's gonna say something, and he was like, "Shut up." He was like, "You get one chance."
Is that when you left?
So leave now. And part of me didn't want to leave. Travis was still alive. He was still, he wasn't moving a lot, but he was still alive. I could see that he was still.
Did you leave at that point?
I left the room.
And where did you go?
I went downstairs, but I didn't have all my clothes.
What did you leave there?
Well, Travis said I had some stuff there. I didn't see what it was. He said it was in his closet. So they were clothes of mine. But all I had was my purse and my backpack. I left with those, and I went outside.
Mhm. And then what'd you do?
I wanted to get help. I just wanted to get help. He
What'd
told
you
me
do?
that if I didn't say anything, then I would be, that I wouldn't even live to regret it, but that I would regret it.
No idea why they did this to him. You have to know something about it.
Trying to think what else was said.
Anything that clicked in your mind. Because why would anybody do this to him? He does nothing but help people.
It was probably someone that attended one of his seminars. They were sick of hearing about his skiing rip my fucking pants open story when they came to get golden nuggets of sales tips, and they just had enough. They followed him to Oklahoma, they followed him to northern Colorado, they followed him down to Sedona. They got nothing.
Everybody likes him. Doesn't owe people money. Owe people like that anyway.
No.
He doesn't get involved in things he's not supposed to get involved in. He doesn't do drugs. Doesn't seem like a robbery.
No, it doesn't.
Burglary.
I was wondering if they took my stuff to make it look that way, and he told me to leave. And, you know, Travis usually keeps his cash in his wallet.
So you didn't see what happened to him then?
I just saw that.
Did you get hurt at all? You said you were fighting with her.
Yeah.
What happened to you?
She got me.
Where?
My hand.
Let me see. Where?
You
Can you
actually
show
can't
me?
see it. If you look in my finger isn't the same though. I was.
Let me see. Where did it get cut?
It was Conveniently, it was right on the crease.
Right there on the crease.
Can you see? Oh, it's kind of in purpler color, I
This
guess.
one here,
as
right
compared
there.
to this.
Yeah, right on the crease.
Well, there's a vein on this one, maybe. I don't know.
Is this one here? So a slice there.
Yeah.
Just a small one? Or was it pretty deep?
I don't know how deep it was, but my finger hurt for a while.
Okay, so like right in that crease that you, right, across both of them?
Not my middle finger. It cut this one a little, but not as much. This is where it really went. I don't know how it happened that all these other fingers were missed, but this one, maybe that, I don't know. This one, like I still can't close this finger all the way. It's as close as it goes. Whereas this one goes like that.
Mm-hmm.
And also my CTR ring used to fit both fingers and I can't get it on this finger anymore.
So
'cause
that
it's-
cut pretty deep then?
I guess if you feel it, squeeze it, it just feels like bone, like there's nothing abnormal there.
Mm-hmm.
But again, like my CTR ring slides right on this finger and it used to slide right in off this finger and I just can't fit a ring on here.
Okay.
It's a bigger size now.
What about this here? What's that from?
That's my cat.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. She scratches me a lot.
So when you were told to leave, you left?
No, well, at least she doesn't say I scratch myself in my sleep. I hate that.
Did you get in your car and drive away?
I always have my keys. My keys are on. I'll have a little clip on them, and I do that because I'm very, very spacey.
Did you see any other cars in the driveway or on the street? Any vehicle descriptions you can give us?
No, not that I don't think his roommates were around.
I mean, you just left. You didn't run to the neighbors. You didn't try calling. You knew they were in his house. You had time to run to a neighbor. Why didn't you do that?
I was really scared. I was really freaked out of my mind.
Okay. I don't believe you. I came in here hoping that you would tell me the truth. And this is not the truth, Jodi.
Yeah,
is
no
all I
shit.
know.
Does not make any sense.
This is all I know.
That's all I know.
Nothing changes for me.
I didn't think it would. I feel
Nothing
responsible because I feel that I could have done more. I feel that I should have gotten help. I feel that I should have been stronger.
You feel
What about the voicemail, Jodi, that you left for Travis saying, "Oh, we were wondering if you would come up and see Othello. We were looking at the May calendar. Duh. Yeah, we would love for you to accompany us to Shakespeare in the Park. We are watching Othello." We'll go and see Crater Lake. You must come up to Crater Lake. You know, the cheerful, happy message that she left him. What? Less than a day after leaving? To cover her tracks? Sorry I couldn't come down and see you, Travis. But we do want you to come and watch Othello.
responsible because you did.
Remember, guys, you can support the channel on buymeacoffee.com. We've got to go all the way to Lisbon. We've got to go all the way to Lisbon to give our fingerprints to the FBI so we can take Metrix stateside. Okay? You know what I saw today in the car wash? A fucking Cadillac. Like a My Cousin Vinny Cadillac. What is that? 60? 1960? 1959 Cadillac. What the fuck? In Portugal? It was really cool.
This,
I did not
Jodi,
kill
you
Travis.
did. You did. And there's nothing you can say that'll change my mind at this point. This is an elaborate story which does not make any sense.
62.
Two people come in, first two white males, and then later you change it to...
No, I don't think I ever said white male.
Yes, you did.
When?
At the beginning of the story.
Oh, it was one.
And then you change it, oh no, one's a female.
Oh, one was female the whole time. I said I wasn't sure at first, but you could tell by their build.
Okay. It doesn't make any sense to me. And there's no reason anybody would go after him. There's nothing in his past, nothing in his, at that time that he was going through that would cause somebody to do that to him. And the fact that they left you alive and let you go, that never happens. Why would anybody do that? Why would somebody risk the chance of getting caught, just letting you run out the front door when they're upstairs in this house, killing somebody, knowing that you could just run across the street and tell somebody? It doesn't make any sense. Does it make any sense to you? It doesn't, does it?
No, they argued about it. It doesn't make sense. I thought for sure I was dead.
I was hoping that you were going to be completely truthful with me today. Obviously, that's not the case. I know you were there. I know you had some situation go on with him that got out of control. And the cut that you're showing me there, it's pretty obvious how that happened. I've seen that before. That happens when a knife slips through someone's hand because of blood. It's slippery and it cuts. That's what that is. I've done this for a long time. And this is the most far-fetched story I've ever heard. And it's not going to help you. Is that how you want to leave this?
I just don't want my family to get hurt.
Your family will not get hurt. They will not get hurt. The way you're hurting your family is by not coming forward and telling them the truth. There is a reason why you did this, and you just refused to tell me why. Maybe because you are cold.
Oh my god, not this again. Maybe you are just that cold-blooded, ice-vein, black-heart person. Fucking that woman cop yesterday with the owl head. That was too much, man.
And you went there intentionally to do this. And you're ashamed of it. You're so ashamed that you will come up with a story to try to hide it.
I was there that day, but I didn't take Travis's life.
You haven't convinced me. And I hope you can convince the jury, but I doubt it very seriously. Because there's no evidence of anybody else being there. Nobody. And we're still not done looking at all the evidence. We still have other things to check in the lab and other blood swabs and other things like that. And every time they call me and tell me, hey, we've checked this, points at Jodi. Hey, we've checked that, that points at Jodi. Nothing points at anybody else. Do you want to be truthful with me? If not, we can just end it now. And we'll just leave it the way it
I
is.
know that it's obvious I was there.
I know, Danielle. I'm so over that whole line. I mean, as I said it yesterday. Like, if I was facing a murder charge, I wouldn't give a fuck about how the media wants to, depict me, portray me. How the media want to portray me. Yeah, whatever. Do you want the media to think you're a cold-blooded killer? Fuck off. That'll be like the last of my concern.
No, it's obvious that you committed a
Least
crime
of my
that you
concerns.
hurt
There's
Travis.
no reason for
No,
me to hurt him.
it's not like that. It's I know that you did this, and you refuse to tell me why.
There's no
You
reason.
refuse to tell me why. There's no reason somebody else would come in and do this to him. There's no motive whatsoever. I haven't found any.
What is my motive?
Jealousy, anger, fear, if you're being alone, angry at him for not keeping you in his life. I don't know. That's why I'm trying to figure it out. There are so many motives with you. Too many. We know you had a 25 auto. You guys reported it stolen. Covered the ammunition and it matches. We recovered a shell casing. It matches the ammunition. Prints, your blood, your hair, the motive.
There's
You
no
were there.
motive. I wasn't jealous of anything. I was a little bit envious that he was going to Cancun, but that wasn't the reason. Like, I could go to Cancun. It's not cheap to go to Mexico. I mean, it's not expensive to go to
I
Mexico.
know. You were probably standing above him when he was in the shower. And you shot him in the head.
I was kneeling down beside him looking at
Tell me.
pictures.
And then you had a knife. And you stabbed him. Several times. Yes, you did. Jodi. Tell me the truth. Please. Or if you want, we can stop here. It doesn't matter. You've given me so much already. Why stop? Do you want to? Do you want to continue? Do you want to tell me the truth? What did you do with the gun,
I never had it in my possession.
Jodi? You did.
Never. I don't have it.
Yeah, you don't have it. You know, people say that when they know of the gun. They've seen the gun. They've touched the gun. You don't have it.
I saw the gun.
Yeah. But you had it before. You touched it. You've used it. I know you have.
I don't think I've ever even fired a gun. I've done bows and arrows, but not guns and water.
I've done bows and arrows. Yeah, I was gonna shoot him with a bow and arrow, but the whole way there wasn't exactly enough space to what do you even call it? Well, just pull the bow, I guess. Draw the bow. I couldn't draw the bow in the hallway. And then the ninjas suggested a crossbow. God, that would have been brutal, wouldn't it? Fucking shooting me with a crossbow. Those things are worse than guns, man. That's some serious weapon.
The gun that I got on Friday was never used.
So you're going to continue to tell me that you didn't do this to him?
Did not kill Travis.
I believe you did. I truly believe you did. And there's
Can you imagine how she thought about it in her mind, Michelle? You know, thinking about them and thinking about Travis being funny and flirty and charming while they're going down in the elevator, down to a nice breakfast, tropical breakfast, fruit salad, real nice fruit salad in a nice hotel with a beautiful view, holiday clothes, you know, or vacation clothes, whatever you call it. The smell of tanning oil in the air. A mariachi band to serenade them at dinner. You know, she's thinking, I can't take this. I'm not going to let this happen. I'm not going to be working at Casa Ramos bringing fucking quesadillas to screaming kids while Travis is fucking having the time of his life with Mimi Hall in Cancun. It sounds like a movie. Travis and Mimi go to Cancun. And that was not a movie that Jodi was willing to watch or let it be made.
nothing showing that anybody else did this. Nothing. I've been in so many scenes and so many investigations, and there's always some type of evidence left behind, no matter how careful somebody is. And in this case, there was evidence. Not pointing at anybody else, just you. And that's what I have to go by. And that's what my report's gonna say.
Okay. I'm just, if I had planned to hurt him in any way, I'm not the brightest person, but I don't think I could stab him. I think I would have to shoot him continuously until he was dead, if that were my intention. And again, I bring up the gloves again, but I would have to wear gloves, because, I'm not too worried about prints. I guess they're all over anyway, but...
Do you know how many gloves I have, Detective Flores? How many pairs of gloves? You really think I wouldn't wear gloves? I didn't bring those pants, and I have a lot of gloves.
You could stab him. If I had it in me anywhere to kill him, the least I could have done was make it humane as possible, or quick, or something, I found that killing is humane, so to speak. I don't mean it that way, I just mean,
I know what you
like, he was still alive.
Yes, he was. He was alive for a while. And I knew that he'd been shot first, and he was still alive, and possibly tried to get away, maybe even tried to fight back.
I think he was in shock. I just remember waking up and...
But you didn't see him fight back or anything, did you? He just kind of collapsed there, and...
No, he was here, outside of the shower.
Yeah. And then you pulled him this way, you tried to get away with him, but then he couldn't go any further.
He said he couldn't move. He said he couldn't feel his
And that's
legs.
the last place you saw him. You said that he stopped and kind of collapsed right there. She
No.
was standing there, and he was over here, and it just doesn't make any sense.
He was still, able to move. He was all, I guess he was all conscious up here, sort of, still. But he wasn't, on his leg, or on his knees, or on his feet. He wasn't walking.
What's wrong?
Yeah, I'm trying to think if when I got him from there, he was sort of using his legs, but he wasn't standing up.
Yeah. If you're going to continue on that route, I don't think I'm going to go any further.
I don't remember what time I left, but...
I gave you an opportunity. This was the only opportunity. Okay, and you just, yeah, you gave me the information that you were there, but I knew you were there. And then you throw some story in that is not plausible. It just doesn't make any sense with the evidence that was there at the house. It doesn't make any evidence at all, or any sense at all. That evidence tells a story. And nowhere in that evidence does that story that you told me match. It doesn't match. Is that how you want to leave it? You want to stop here and that's how you want to leave it?
I know that I didn't take Travis's life. And I know
Well,
that
I
you
know
don't.
you did.
Okay, I know you don't believe me.
I don't believe
As long as I am here, someone else is happy. And it's not them.
you. So you're just going to let these two people get away with it?
There's not even any way to identify them. One was male,
You need to be looking for alien ninja vampire zombies, Detective Flores. Put out an APB.
one was female, they were taller than me.
Last seen in a hot air balloon heading towards New Mexico.
Not by a whole lot.
Okay. Are you ready to go back?
Yeah, I guess I'd still like to say something to his family, but I don't think I have anything that could bring them comfort.
Okay.
Maybe I could write them a letter.
Well, you always have that opportunity to do that, so
Would they receive it?
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't mean would they accept it, I mean if I had if it made it to them, would they get it? Do you know?
Yeah, I don't have their I'm not going to provide you their address.
I know his
They know
Yeah,
where you're
fucking hell.
They want to make
Yeah.
contact with
Good move, Detective Flores. Don't do that. Jesus Christ. Get them in a safe house. Change their names. I mean, fuck. Yeah, can I have their address?
you. Don't do that.
That's fine, I know his grandmother's address, and I guess if I could mail it, but
Okay.
Yeah, you know his grandmother's address because you sent her 20 black irises with the explanation of the choice being born of the fact that you and Travis had discussed naming your first child Iris. I mean, that lady is never gonna look at flowers again as long as she lives, you know.
I don't know if that's something.
Well, let me see if I can get someone to take it back. You're absolutely sure you want to leave it like this?
I don't know what else to say.
That's it then. Okay, the next time I see you will probably be in Phoenix. Is that cool?
I have a choice.
Well, you're going there regardless, so it doesn't matter. But I was hoping that we could resolve this here. And it's obvious by what you're telling me, you don't want to resolve this here.
I just can't.
Well, at the beginning you told me that you couldn't tell me because you couldn't tell me who they were because you didn't want your family to get hurt.
I can't
Okay.
let my family.
And now you're telling me you don't know who they are, and therefore it doesn't matter. So there's nothing you can tell me.
I can give you the
So
best
many
description.
inconsistencies that I don't even want to deal with right now.
Okay, I just don't want my family to get hurt.
Okay.
Hey, thanks, Pariah, Kyle, for the 3 coffees on buymeacoffee.com/True Crime Metrix. We're going to Lisbon. We're going to Lisbon.
They won't get hurt. You're hurting them right now by not telling me the truth. That's what you're doing. Okay?
Now she's thinking, so how did that go? Sort of got myself into this secondary story which was really a one-shot deal. I mean, well, she'll prove that wrong. She'll change her story at least 2 more times after this, I think, right? What was the middle story? I forget. She's probably thinking that was a mistake. Shouldn't I be being set free right now on my way for that fucking pastrami sub on rye with a dab of horseradish? What happened to that? David Anderson Kirk. Welcome back, David. We were just talking about pastrami. I'll be right back.
Okay, I just talked to the other detectives and they're gonna take you back here in a second. Okay? Get that from you.
Jodi, they ran across the street to get you something to eat. You're probably hungry by now. So I figured in the meantime, while we're waiting and you're just kind of sitting here and hanging out, if you want to drop that
Hey, it's the owl head.
rough draft to Travis's grandmother and family, this would be a good chance for you to do that.
Well, it'll just be a rough though.
That's fine.
Can I take it back with me? So I can use it to work on a final draft?
Yeah, we can work something out, yeah.
Oh, this is funny. We get to watch her eat. She even eats weird. I think she just deconstructs the sandwich and inspects each element. Is it pastrami? Are you ready for this, David? This is the moment. This is our moment. What a freak. That's not pastrami. Do you remember Rocky Rambo Waynam Cam, the quality sandwich that they gave him? This beautiful sandwich, chicken and honey mustard, nice salad, oh my gosh, good bread. They went to the deli, a nice sandwich deli to get it. They brought it in, it had a logo on the bag and everything, and he complained about it. He said he didn't like the sauce. Buddy, soak it up, okay? You're gonna be eating instant mashed potato for the next 50 years. Oh my God. I have nothing to say. Oh, please remember to leave a like on the video, guys. Like, share, leave a comment, and support the channel on buymeacoffee.com or PayPal. Were you with us for that episode, David? Or have you just seen it elsewhere? Because it was a special episode. I have nothing to say. I want to play video games. David says, as the channel must grow, each donation serves as a layer of pastrami on the great Reuben of life. Wow. That is poetry, David. Thank you. Yeah, I have to write to the immigration lawyer tomorrow and tell him that there's no way I can go to the embassy in August in Lisbon and give my fingerprints to the FBI. Gotta write to the lawyer tomorrow. And then I'm gonna get working on the menu for the sidebar. I think I've got the design. And by the way, guys, there's been so many ideas that have come in for menu items, bar menu items that relate to a sort of pun on court, trials, etc. Legal jargon. There's been so many. It's going to be tough to select, you know, the limited number. And I think that the rule is many of them, fantastic as they are really just finding a side dish and then finding a legal phrase or word that begins with the same letter and putting them together, like perjury prawn cocktail or something like that, you know. But I think the best ones are the ones that, you know, morph the word. Like Christina came up with subpoena colada. Subpoena colada. That's at a different level, right? Those are the ones that we want most. And there's certain ones that have a really nice ring to them. Like our good friend Lee came up with LWAP wings. That just sounds great. LWAP wings. Life without parole. But yeah, subpoena colada, and there were a few others that really, you see the difference. It's much more than just what's another example? Let's go to the list. The list is overruled onion soup. It's good, but it's nowhere near the level of subpoena colada or squid pro quo. That was another one, Christina. Christina was on fire with this. Case in chief burger. Actually, I've kind of come away from that one, Michelle. I'm sorry. Because I'm not sure if it, you know, so it's like cheeseburger. But when we call it a chief burger, I'm not sure if it really, it feels a little bit forced. I don't know, maybe that's just maybe I'm overthinking it. Yeah, well, we'll see. We're going to get working on that tomorrow, right after I write to the lawyer. Gotta do that tomorrow. All excuse me. All rise bread rolls was clever too, because bread rises, right? You know, that was a good one. But you see, like conviction kebabs, all it is just it, you know, it's just putting a word in front of it with no other reason than it starts with the same. Well, it doesn't actually. It sounds like it starts with the same letter. One I came up with yesterday was the impeach cobbler for dessert, or the impeachment cobbler, or just impeach cobbler, right? Daphne, I mean, why not just lamb shank? Lamb shank, you know. It's already a dish. So Jodi's going to write her letter here. So she did about 2 lines. Look at her. She's freaky, man. I think after this we'll do Dan Freeman. Hey, thanks so much, Golfer Girl, for the coffees on buymeacoffee.com. Oh, can you get a fucking A, bro? We can make that happen. We can make that happen. I can make that happen right now. Hang on.
Fuck up, where the fuck you fucking with me? Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up, where the fuck you fucking with me?
Oh, those were the times. The golden times.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up, where the fuck you fucking with me?
Fucking A, bro. Oh. Thank you again, Golfer Girl. Oh. Action. They're gonna chain her up like a circus bear. On the hot coals. Dance! Dance! Oh, we gotta add that Arizona.
You all finished up?
For now, I guess.
What's that?
For now, I guess. Can I take this or no?
Well, let me just see. Make sure you're not, sneaking jail secrets out or something.
Okay.
Jail secrets? What do you mean? She's been in there for a day. Not even a day.
It's hard to get paper in there, so I can keep writing stuff.
Did you take some paper with you? Where'd you put it?
Right here in my pants.
Did you write anything on it?
No, I'm missing it.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, did you have paper? Just pick a quick copy of that. I'll send it to you.
Thanks.
Just go ahead and stick it in your pocket if it'll stay there. You can stand up for me. Put your hands out in front of you. And we do the belly chains very often. Oh, this is what's helpful. Maybe wrists.
Long wrists.
Is it little?
Oh,
Jodi, we're gonna let you go ahead and keep this.
thank you.
Let him turn around for
Continue
you.
on.
Okay. You ready to go?
I think so.
Will you help Rachel? Yeah.
Well, that's it for that. So let's go to Dan Freeman.
Okay. Let me go back through some of these time frames with you. So now that you've thought about it a little bit, when do you recall meeting Travis?
I met Travis 2 years prior to my mission, my mission was 04 to 06.
So those of you that don't know, Dan Freeman was another member of the Mormon community, as well as his sister Desiree. They both went on year-long missions, spreading the word, knocking on doors, and then returned to Arizona and did whatever they do there. But they were with Jodi and Travis on trips away to Sedona and Havasupai and other places around. And I think he's here to testify to the nature of the relationship between Jodi and Travis, and whether or not Jodi's claims of him being a psychotic abuser are in any way substantiated.
Okay. So the mission we talked about, you going to Canada, proselytizing, that sort of thing, that happened what years?
2004 to 2006.
Okay. And then, so prior to, you had known Travis for before the mission, I think yesterday you might have told us after, but that was before your mission, a couple years before, right?
Yes, I knew him both before and after. I met him through prepaid legal initially.
What's with the hand movement thing, man? That would put me off straight away. I could not talk to this guy. I couldn't be around this guy, just as a human being, right? I would be instantly just repulsed. I'm sorry. You know, he's innocent, he's just a person, but I wouldn't be able to handle it for more than 1 minute. Look at these hand movements he does. What is that about?
Now that you've thought about it a little bit, when do you recall meeting Travis?
I met Travis 2 years prior to my mission, my mission was 04 to 06.
Okay. So the mission we talked about, you going to Canada, proselytizing, that sort of thing, that happened what years?
2004 to 2006.
Okay. And then, so...
Oh, what's going on? Roberta says, Metrix? Yes. And then Michelle says, 2 years. Oh my God. What is this? What is 2 years? Oh, you mean the mission? Right, yeah.
Prior to, you had known Travis for before the mission, I think yesterday you might have told us after, but that was before your mission, a couple years before, right?
Yes, I knew him both before and after. I met him through prepaid legal initially. And then once he moved to Arizona, we became better friends because all of my friends within prepaid legal lived with him, and we started to hang out more. So by the time I left, he came to my farewell and hung out with me the week, quite a bit of it before I left.
And you said left for your mission.
We've got another sort of Sesame Street character in this guy, haven't we? We had Kermit the Frog in Catherine Mellander's interview. And now there's something about him. There's just no soul there. Do you know what I mean? Which is funny because apparently he's this way because of his spirituality. I don't know about these Mormons, man. It's not for me. It's not for me. I'm all for choices, but I just, you know, it just doesn't seem like it's a good thing. It feels like brainwashing. You know what I mean? More so than other religions that I can observe.
For my mission, yes.
Okay. And then we spoke a little bit yesterday about when you came back from your mission. Did you live with him, just to clarify, before you left on your mission or when you returned?
I lived with him when I returned, the early part of 2007.
Okay.
I do believe I was there 3 to 4 months before moving back home.
Okay. Now, as it relates to your mission work, we spoke about the proselytizing and the process someone goes through. And I neglected to ask in that regard if you have been either as a missionary or you're a lifelong member of the Mormon Church, is that
yes,
correct? Okay. Have you been involved in a baptism at that church?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And this baptism, from what you told us yesterday, is my understanding that occurs after, if someone is a new member of the church, so to speak. That happens after the long process that you spoke about yesterday. Baptism's the final step in that, right?
Yes, at the end of, a lot of times they give up many habits, whether it's drinking or smoking, or there's changes that have gone into their life, and they've shown those changes by how they've chosen to live their life up to that point. And they have an interview with either a member of the bishopric or someone in the mission who says that they're worthy to be baptized, and then they're taken in and baptized.
Okay, so it's a matter of, like you said, giving up things.
Shipwreck or someone in the mission.
Like, this is the kind of guy that feels guilty when he masturbates. Do you know what I mean? He's obviously true to the no sex before marriage thing, you can just tell. But he probably also feels really guilty and has to do a penance after he jerks off.
Who says that they're worthy to be baptized, and then they're taken in and baptized.
Okay, so it's a matter of, like you said, giving up things. You have to prove, in some ways, prove it to the church that you're worthy. Is that fair to say?
Yes, you must justify by the way you walk and act in the world that you have changed.
Okay. And that's for anyone who's baptized, correct?
Anyone who's baptized.
Okay. And the ceremony itself, could you describe that for us?
Yes, usually they'll have a ceremony that goes with it, and there will be some talks, and either the missionaries or friends who have become friends and with the person who will be baptized. They will usually have a short speech about baptism and what it symbolizes, what it means. And then they will have the actual ceremony, and then they will have another speech afterwards to talk about receiving the Holy Ghost and what it means to receive the Holy Ghost that they will receive the following Sunday. But the actual ceremony itself, they walk down into the water.
Receive the Holy Ghost. I mean, come on. Just get on with it, man. Fucking, living can be great, right? You have good days, and you have bad days, and you have everything in between, and you just push on through, What is he talking about? Oh.
And the person being baptized takes that person by their arm, and they hold them in the water, and it's above the waist, usually mid-stomach depth. And
Okay.
the person baptizing them raises their right arm to the square, pronounces a prayer, and immerses them in the water and rises them up again, symbolic of being...
Is he pitching this shit right now? Like, is he hoping to get all of the gallery as converts or something?
Buried in death and risen again with Christ in birth.
Okay. In terms of, and I don't know if I'm using the right...
Kirk Nome's like, okay. Risen again with Christ in birth, okay.
verbiage here, but how would one be deemed qualified to baptize a person?
To be qualified to baptize a person...
To be qualified to baptize someone, you have to be a $100,000 a year ring earner. Then you can baptize people into the temple.
Or to be able to baptize a person first, you have to be a member of the priesthood and hold the proper priesthood to be an elder in the church. You have to hold the proper priesthood to be able to baptize. And once you hold the proper priesthood...
An elder in the church. Why don't you just go and be a fucking part of a real religion if that's what you want to do? Go and have faith. Do your superstitious practices. But not this one. It's like, don't they believe that they're all going to get taken away on a spaceship or something? Or is that the Jehovah's Witnesses? Or are they the same thing? I'm lost.
If you are a worthy holder...
Do Mormons celebrate birthdays? Are they allowed to have a blood, transfusion? Because I know that JWs aren't allowed to do that.
Judged by the way that you live your life, then you are able to baptize.
Okay. Let's back up a little bit then. What is you mentioned a couple terms, priesthood holder and elder. Are they the same thing, or could you kind of maybe define both terms for us?
Okay, within the church, there's two priesthoods. The lesser, called the Aaronic priesthood, and the greater, called the Melchizedek priesthood. And within the lesser, there are deacons, teachers, and priests. And then within the greater priesthood,
It just sounds like Dungeons and Dragons or something, you know? As far as we understood that from Jason Mengel's explanation in the Ezra McCandless trial.
there are elders and high priests. And so usually the Aaronic priesthood, unless you join the church later in life, is a youth priesthood from 12 to 18. And upon turning 18, if you're worthy, you're ordained
12 to 18, you can be a priest? Fuck off. Fuck off.
an elder. And as an elder, you have the ability to baptize and to give the Holy Ghost as well.
Okay. Okay. To your knowledge, what position, if any, or I don't know, label, status, whatever word you want to put on it, what position would be attributed to Mr. Alexander?
Travis was an elder in the church.
Okay. And being an elder in the church, somebody would have to come with the idea that they were living in accordance with Mormon principles, correct?
Yes.
And including the vow of chastity, correct?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Were you present when Miss Arias was baptized?
I was not. She was baptized before I met her. Travis talked about it when...
Wow, look, Pebbles dated a Mormon guy. So what happens? Like, if you're going to go out and do something on a sort of couple day, an activity, I mean, what is it? What do they do?
we went over to when we went over to visit her the first time I met her, he'd mentioned that he'd given her Book of Mormon and introduced her to the church.
Okay. At that point in time, did you have any reason to believe Mr. Alexander was not living up to the principles of your church?
No.
No, Scientology is a different thing, you know. There's definitely some form of another planet being involved in Mormonism. Let me look it up.
In terms of, before we go into the trip again, as much as you can speak to your knowledge, was Mr. Alexander's peer group largely made up of members of your church?
Yes, it was.
As it relates to this trip to the Grand Canyon, Sedona, there was one trip to both destinations, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. We heard yesterday about,
Okay, so Mormon philosophy includes the belief in other inhabited worlds created by God, but not that Latter-day Saints will get their own planet in the afterlife. While the Book of Abraham mentions Kolab, a star near God's throne, it's not interpreted as a planet for individual exhalation. Instead, the focus is on the idea that God's purpose for all worlds, including Earth, is to bring about the immortality and eternal life of his children. So, it's somewhat a little sci-fi.
a Supai trip, which was the same summer, correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. That they were acting as a couple, and there was also an undercurrent of couplehood, but a little tension, I think, is what you described for us yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Okay. As it relates to their Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias acting as a couple, was that going on during the Grand Canyon Sedona trip?
During the Grand Canyon Sedona trip, I don't remember any tensions between them that I can recall.
I'm sorry, what was
I
that?
don't remember any tensions between them that I recall on that
Okay.
trip.
Do you recall behavior consistent with them being a couple?
Yeah, I think they did, Amy. Amy says, didn't Jodi and Travis bang right after he baptized her? Yeah, and up the fucking ass. Yeah, I think there was something she said where she said that the law of chastity only applied to penile vaginal intercourse. So he could fuck her in the ass all day long, according to the gospel. I think it says that on page 1 of the Book of Mormon.
For the most part, yes. The only thing I do recall was when we were to the contrary, was when we stopped in Sedona to eat that evening on
Okay.
our way back to Phoenix. We went to a small restaurant there that Travis had heard about that was good. And while there, he made a joking comment to the waitress about him and Jodi not dating, and in kind of a flirtatious manner.
Okay.
And I didn't know how to take it. I just smiled and moved on. It wasn't any of my business.
Yeah, I had to make an emergency phone call to my bishop and ask him what I should do. Fucking hell. Travis made a comment to a waitress. Fucking. Why would anyone do this?
But
And in a flirtatious manner towards the waitress, right?
yes.
Okay. And was Jodi sitting at the table at the time?
Yes.
Okay. What do you recall of her reaction? Not anything she said, but was she upset in any way that you could observe?
I couldn't tell that she was upset, but she seemed to feel uncomfortable or unsure how to take the comment.
Okay. Now this, I know they both occurred in the summer of 2007. This trip to the Grand Canyon.
Danielle, wasn't that guy special? I want to do his testimony again. That was just like, it just went on and on. And he kept saying, Roger. Roger. Why? Even when he was told not to. By the prosecutor. By the judge. They were like, please don't say Roger. And he was like, okay, Roger that. Fucking hell, man. And he was completely detached from the reason he was there. And kept asking what sort of pronoun he should use to refer to Ezra. The fuck? And then the prosecutor's just like, we're just gonna call her the defendant.
Was it weeks later? Was it months later than the trip to Havasu Pie?
I don't recall exactly the difference. I know that it was still cool outside when we went to the Grand Canyon in Sedona because we were in jackets in Sedona. We went and saw they had a Buddhist shrine there that we went and saw, and we were all bundled up because it was cold.
Okay.
And I know that we went to Havasu Pie, I believe, in September. So.
Okay. Do you remember the sleeping arrangements during this trip to the Grand Canyon?
From that trip, from what I recall, and I was trying to think about this actually last night as well, as I was home running through things, but I believe that trip we just did a day trip because I don't remember. I think we drove up really early to the Grand Canyon, hiked around, and then stopped in Sedona on our way back down.
Okay.
That's my recollection of that trip.
So I guess there would have been no need for.
Yeah, there was no need for.
All right. As it relates to this particular trip, were you of the understanding that Travis was also dating Lisa Andrews?
No.
Okay. And on this trip, you say you noticed no tension between the two of them?
No, aside from the comment at dinner, no.
Okay. Was there a point in time where you became aware of Travis and Jodi no longer dating?
Yes, once we had, and this was after I'd moved back out, and Travis had started he'd made a lot more friends in the ward that was there. He'd started to have UFC fight nights at his house, and everyone would come over and watch the fights. And I recall many times that I would go over to the fights, and Jodi was still in town, still lived in Arizona, but she wasn't there because in that group of friends, them and Jodi, that was kind of the two different groups of friends. Was Lisa and the group from the church that was there.
Okay.
And so I remember fight nights that I would go to, but Jodi wouldn't be there. And that was in part because those two groups didn't mix.
Okay. To your knowledge, then, at the same time, you talked about those two groups not mixing. Were you aware of Mr. Alexander still spending time with Jodi away from that group?
Yes, I was. At that time, it was during that time, and that was after both of those trips. So it was later in that fall and that winter. I hung out and spent time with Travis and with Jodi separately for the most part. I heard about them spending time together, but usually there was no one else. At least I wasn't there when they spent time together. And I would hang out with them separately. And so I knew that there was tension there because they would both talk to me about one another and what was going on to some extent. But they were, I hang out with them separate, but they weren't officially split up. When they officially split up, and I don't know how that conversation went. Okay. I just know that in talking to Travis, he had said that he was going to talk to Jodi, or they were going to have an official conversation. And then sometime after that, Jodi had moved back to California.
Okay. These times when Jodi and Mr. Alexander were spending time together, it sounds to me like from what you described, that was maybe just the two of them as opposed to in public settings. Is that accurate to your impression? Okay. And that was probably, to your impression anyway, was that something that a lot of people knew about, or just perhaps you and a select few?
I don't think a lot of people knew. I think there was more of a select few. Others may have known, but I know that Travis didn't talk about it a lot.
Okay. Did you know of Jodi and Travis traveling together, taking other trips together?
Yes, they went, there's two trips, I'm trying to think. One, I know they went on that one I think was a day trip. They went down to the balloon festival. And they had a lot of pictures that they took at that. It looked like they quite enjoyed it. And then they went on and I think it was around a convention that we went to, but they did a church history tour. Okay. And took 3 or 4 or 5 days and went and saw church history sites that I recall them talking about.
Okay. So a church history site tour, so to speak.
It was a road trip around the U.S. to the convention or to whatever was at the end of it and then back.
Okay. Since you brought up the church history trip, and we talked a little bit about baptism and your work as a missionary, in your interaction with Jodi, did you ever have any concerns that her conversion to the Mormon faith was disingenuous or motivated solely by Travis?
Approach.
Talked about Travis. Let me back up a step and ask you this. You talked about how at a certain point in time that you began to hang out with Miss Arias without Travis.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe, if I follow the timeline correctly, this was at a point in time when you were living back at home.
Yes.
Okay. And was that in Gilbert then, based on what you were telling us yesterday?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And who lived back at home with you at that point in time?
My parents, my brother, and one of my sisters was there.
Okay. Did Jodi also have a relationship with those other members of your family?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Close relationship?
Yes.
Okay.
She came by for, once she had moved to Arizona, she came by several times for dinner, for different things with the family, and she would help. My foster sister arrived there in the meantime while Jodi was there. We adopted a foster sister who was close to 18, and she had a photography class, and Jodi would help her with her photography homework. And when my sister Desiree and I would hang out and do other things, Jodi would come, and a lot of times it would just be the three of us, or work on vision boards, or do many different things that we would do.
Okay. We heard your sister's also a member of the Mormon
Yes.
Church, correct?
Yes, she is.
Are your parents also so inclined?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Were there in the times of these interactions, or even the interactions you had with yourself, did you discuss the Mormon faith or church or spiritual issues with Jodi?
Yes.
Okay. Several of those discussions?
A lot of the things we talked about had to do with spirituality or things that we were learning in general. The church specifically, I can think of several instances that we addressed her conversion, or we talked about how she joined the church, or things that were going on in her singles ward where she was at. But I mean, it wasn't a daily topic of discussion,
Right.
but we did discuss it.
But you did talk to her about her conversion, her spirituality, how that worked for her, I guess. Based on those conversations, do you have any reason, in your experience, do you have any reason to believe that her conversion was less than genuine?
Objection, lack of foundation, wasn't there when she converted. Hearsay.
Overall, do you may answer?
No, I do not have any reason to believe it was disingenuous.
Okay. It sounds like in this point in time, between breaking up with Travis and her moving back to California, that you and Jodi became closer. Is that correct?
Yes, between when they were separated but unsure of what they were doing.
Okay.
When Travis would hang out with kind of the other group of friends who I got along with more or less, we would invite, Desiree and I would invite Jodi over and hang out. And so we had a number of things that we did. We became closer.
Okay. And she was close to your whole family?
Yes.
Okay. I have to ask, in case the issue is raised, did you ever have a romantic interest in Miss Arias?
No, I did not.
Okay. How do you view her?
She became a sister
Okay.
in our family.
After Jodi,
He was called by the defense. Probably the questions that Kirk is asking, did you have any feeling that Jodi's entrance into the Mormon faith was disingenuous in any way? I mean, but then when Juan gets up for cross-examination, he's gonna really use this witness to assault Jodi's character with the whole trip where they went for a hike and she lost her shit because he went through her backpack and took a load of stuff out.
moved to California. Did you remain in contact with her?
We would talk on occasion if she came into town. And sometimes I'd find out she was in town after she arrived in town, but
Okay.
she would call and we would meet up or say hi, or she'd swing by the house and see the family for the most part. And then sometimes go hang out with Travis or stop by and see him. But she'd just come by the house and hang out.
Okay. Did you make contact with her after you found out that Mr. Alexander had passed?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember when that contact occurred?
Brent Hyatt, a friend, he was at Travis's house, and he had gone over there, and he had called me to tell me that they'd found Travis, and that somebody should probably call and tell Jodi. And since I knew her probably the best out of that group of friends from prepaid, he thought I should be the one to call and tell her.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And I understand it was over the phone, but can you give us an assessment of her demeanor that you could discern over the phone when you advised her this information?
When I called, didn't know what to say, I guess you would say. I had no words really, and it took a minute. And I told her that Travis had been found dead, and the other end was silent for a moment, and I didn't know what to take of that, and just waited. And she after a moment, became emotional and started to cry on the phone. And I talked to her for a minute, but there wasn't anything I could think of to do to comfort someone over the phone. So, after probably 2 minutes, I let her go so she could be with herself.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Cross-examination.
So with regard to this issue of spirituality and conversion and the baptism, you were asked questions about that, right?
Yes.
You weren't present at the time that she was baptized, right?
No, I was not.
So you don't know her motivations at the time that she was baptized, do you?
No, I do not.
And one of the things that you indicated to us was that when a person goes in through this process, they give up certain things, right?
Many times, yes.
Well, one of the things they give up is sex, premarital sex, right?
Yes.
So, did you know that the defendant was having oral sex with Mr. Alexander at the time of her baptism?
I did not know that.
So if somebody was having oral sex at the time of their baptism, you would agree that that wouldn't be a sincere, if you will, baptism under your definition, right?
I would agree that they would not be ready to be baptized.
And also you said that you called her when...
Done. Hey, you know what? I'll take the oral sex. The baptism, yeah, it's fine.
Mr. Alexander was found, right?
Yes.
And that occurred on the night that he was found, right?
Yes.
You were called by this individual by the name of Hyatt, right?
Yes, I was.
And you ended up calling the defendant about 11 o'clock at night, didn't you?
That sounds correct.
And when you called her at 11 o'clock at night, it was via telephone, right?
Yes.
And when you called her on the telephone, you told her that Travis was gone, or words to that effect, right?
Yes.
And you said there was a moment of silence, right?
Yes.
And then that she began to, what, cry?
I don't know if you would call it babble, but to mumble, oh my goodness, and yes, to cry there, yeah.
And if you guys were pretty close though, right, back then?
Yes, she sounded disbelieving.
Right, but you were close is my point, right?
We were friends, yes.
And she would confide in you things back then, right?
Many things yes, some things no.
Well, she would confide at least some things to you, right?
Yes.
And did she confide to you at that time that she killed Travis?
No.
So if she didn't tell you that she killed him, that's a lie, isn't it?
Objection is 30 minutes.
Rephrase.
Did she tell you that she killed Travis?
No, she did not.
Did you cut her off at any time during that conversation such that you didn't let her tell you that? Is that how you weren't rude in any way, were you?
No.
You did give her
I didn't speak very much at all.
You gave her that opportunity, right?
Yeah.
You also talked to defense counsel about a situation involving Mr. Alexander and his relationship with the defendant. Do you remember that? specifically about Mr. Alexander having the talk with her, right?
Yes.
And you told us that it was Mr. Alexander who told you that he was going to have the talk with her about breaking up, right?
Objection, call for hearsay.
Overruled.
You told us that, right?
Yes, I had a conversation with Travis in which he said he was going to have a conversation with Jodi.
Right. And he was going to break up with her, right?
That he was going to officially separate, because they were more or less broken up in that they weren't dating, but they would still hang out on the weekend or whenever one of them was in town or the other.
And he was going to end even that part of the
Yes.
relationship, right?
Yes.
And it was after he told you that then she moved to California, right?
Yes.
The trip to Havasupai, it didn't start very well, did it?
No.
And in fact, you went over to Travis's house, right?
Yes.
And when you went over, you looked at a backpack that belonged to the defendant, right?
The backpack belonged to me, but it was full of her things.
And there were some things in it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you picked up that backpack, right?
Yes.
And when you picked up that backpack, you realized it was way too heavy, right?
Yes.
And so you went through the backpack and started taking things out, right?
Yes.
It wasn't Mr. Alexander that did that.
No.
And Mr. Alexander was standing there, though, right?
Yes.
And so was your sister, right?
I think so.
And as you're going through this, the purpose of taking all this stuff was that you were going to hike 13 miles, right?
Yes, it was to lighten the load.
Right. And if you're going to hike 13 miles, you really don't want to take a lot of weight, do you?
No.
And it wasn't that you were being mean or anything like that, right?
No.
It wasn't that you weren't doing it other than for a good reason, right?
Yeah.
And the reason was so that everybody, or at least the person who had to carry that backpack, would have a better time, right?
Yes, and so Travis and I didn't have to split it up and carry it later too.
Right, right.
But yes.
And so when you took that...
So Travis and I didn't have to split it up and take it later too. I mean, maybe she can handle it, man. Why are you fucking with her bag? Don't go through her bag because you're judging her for being a woman. I mean, leave her bag alone. She's strong. She's freakishly strong. Ryan Burns testified to that. She has extraordinary upper body strength for her size. She can handle a bottle of fucking lotion in a rucksack.
Stuff off, at some point the defendant came down from upstairs, right?
Yes.
And she saw that all of those items were out there, right?
Yes, they were sitting on the table.
She became upset, didn't she?
Yes.
She got upset at you, didn't she?
She was upset in general and
All right.
more frustrated. It didn't seem that she was upset at any one of us in particular.
So she wasn't upset at you, she wasn't upset at Travis, she was just upset.
Yes.
And she was upset because this stuff had been taken out, right?
Objection, call for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you know of any reason other than the backpack, as you sit here, why the defendant would be upset as you characterize it?
Call for speculation.
Overruled. You may answer yes or no.
Do I know of any? No.
And the items that you took out, they were makeup sort of items, weren't they?
Yes.
What else did you take out?
Makeup, lotion, hand sanitizer, hair things, things of that.
Oh my God, look at this guy. Hair things, he doesn't even know what they're called. Why is he going through her bag? That's so weird. I would never do that. Like, we're all going on a hike and I inspect your bag. Who's a woman in the chat? Would you like it if we were going on a hike, you and me and a couple of other people, and before we left, when you were in the other room, I started going through your bag and taking items out? What would you do? Fucking hell, that's so wrong. What a dick.
Nature. They were probably 10, 15 pounds worth of different things.
And
10, 15 pounds worth of different things. And he does it with this like, oh, of course a woman wouldn't be able to carry that. Little woman. little tiny woman with hair, things.
Well, as she was standing there upset, generally, what happened after that, it escalated to the point where she went upstairs, right?
Yes. I don't remember what Travis said, but he made a comment, partially it was a sarcastic comment that he made. And after he made that comment, she said something back, and then she became emotional and went upstairs, and Travis went up after her.
But she did say something back, didn't she?
Yes, and they went back and forth.
She became emotional, as a woman would. There's a degree of sexism with this Mormonism thing, isn't there? There's like, you know, definitely.
For a minute.
To demonstrate that she was upset, right?
Yes.
So it wasn't like she just sat there and took it. She responded back, didn't she?
Yes.
And then she went upstairs, right?
Yes.
And then he went after her to try to take care of whatever was going on, didn't he?
Sustained.
He went after her, right?
He did go upstairs after her.
And they were up there for some...
Yeah, right, good point, Lily. Hair things weigh nothing. You're not going to put 15 pounds of weight in your hair. What is all this girly stuff? We don't want girly stuff. We need maps and a first aid kit.
Time, right?
It was probably 20 minutes before I went up, and I could hear them talking, but not what they were saying.
So they were up there for some time, right?
Yes.
And then you went up there, right?
Yes.
And when you were up there, neither of them was happy, right?
No.
And this all started because you had gone into that backpack, right?
Yes.
Travis hadn't gone into that backpack, right?
No.
Came back.
I mean, what inspired this? You know, if he's concerned about the, you know, the point is that they're going to do a hike, right? A long desert hike. Mountain, I don't know exactly where they were going, but some strenuous activity. And his concern was that she was carrying too much weight, would become fatigued and lag or whatever. I mean, that's a judgment in itself. Like, oh, you weak woman, weak little woman, you'll hold us back, you know. Travis and I, the men, will have to split up your things and carry them. You know, so the proper thing to do, if he's truly concerned, is advise her. Say, Jodi, you know this is going to be a pretty long hike, and we're going to be going through the desert. Are you sure that you want to carry so much stuff? Because, I mean, do you really need all that? Because we're just going to be hiking. And I've done the hike before myself, and I carried too much weight the first time I did it, and I regretted it. So maybe you want to, you know, check if you can take anything out. Fair enough. You know, don't see the bag when she's out the room and start rummaging through it. What is wrong with you? I just picture this like he's going through it really fast and just throwing stuff over his shoulders, like out, don't need that, you know, like really uncaringly. Obviously he probably didn't do that, but that would be in the cartoon version. Yeah, I think she was fully justified in, like, you know, having a tiz was.
Down pursuant to whatever it was that you said, right?
Yes.
And then into the car you went up to the Havasupai, right?
Yes.
And Travis was driving, right?
Yes.
The defendant was sitting right next to him, right?
Yes, she was.
And they were pretty quiet, weren't they?
Yes, they were silent.
He wasn't saying anything mean to her, was he?
No.
She wasn't saying anything mean to him, right?
No.
And at some point, Whatever was in the air drifted off, right?
Yes, it did.
There was a time when there was some picture taking. Was this done at the Grand Canyon?
We took pictures of Grand Canyon, Sedona.
Another good point, Roberta. He's lying. None of that shit he mentions adds up to 10 or 15 pounds. Right, okay, so the bottle of lotion, I mean, you would need about 15 full bottles of lotion. I'd say a bottle of lotion is about £1, right? If it's like, 16 ounces or so, you know? I'm having to do the conversions from kilos and milliliters, but you get the idea. What is she carrying? A whole fucking beautician pack? I don't think so. Hand sanitizer is in a tiny little bottle, right? You know, it's like...
And I have a soup pie as well.
And was this picture taking that was done, was there come a time when Travis was asked by the defendant to stop so that the defendant could take pictures?
While we were driving?
While you were driving.
That sounds familiar.
Oh, I hate this thing he does with his eyes when he's remembering something. I would just want to punch him in the face.
Done. Was there come a time when Travis was asked by the defendant to stop so that the defendant could take pictures?
While we were driving?
While you were driving.
That sounds familiar.
And the hands. Look at the... What is... I really hate this guy. He's just an innocent person involved in this ugly mess and, you know... But I can't help it. I really, really don't like him. The hands.
While we were driving?
The eyes.
While you were
eyes
driving.
and the hands.
That sounds familiar.
It's like he's typing Morse code.
If it was, I want to say from what I can remember, that if that did occur, it happened on our way to the Grand Canyon itself, just before we arrived there. Because I remember...
So you remember it on the drive up to the Grand Canyon, right?
I remember there was a point somewhere that they did have a squawk, something to do with taking photos.
Right.
But I don't remember the specifics.
And you don't remember any particularly biting comments that Mr. Alexander may have made, right?
No.
And you don't remember any particularly biting comments that the defendant may have made, right?
No.
And when you got to have a soup pie, to get back to that trip, that was what, 3 nights? Is that what it was?
I think it was 4 nights, because I believe we had 3 nights in the canyon.
Bony, creepy fingers, huh? You know? Yeah. I mean, God.
We had 2 or 3 full days in the canyon, if I recall. Maybe 2.
All right, and everyone had their hammock, right?
Yes, we all had a hammock and a sleeping bag.
At one point during the days, you did notice that there was some tension again between the defendant and Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes, it was the first day when we went to go swimming in the first waterfall. I was walking by Travis initially, and we walked over towards the falls, and my sister and Jodi were talking behind us. And we started to walk, and we were talking, and at some point it switched, and Travis and Jodi were talking. My sister and I walked ahead.
Right, and you could tell that they were having some sort of argument or problem, right?
Yeah, we were far enough ahead we couldn't hear what they were saying, but I looked back, and clearly they were having a disagreement about something.
And you and your sister took off, right?
I just kind of waved and said, we'll be over there, and we went over and swam.
And after about an hour and a half, they joined you, right?
It was a substantial amount of time. We were done swimming by any stretch of the imagination by then.
All right. And when Mr. Alexander would put together, Mr. Alexander actually put the trip to
Yes.
have a soup bite together.
Yes, he did.
And when he would put these trips together, it's true that in this particular case, you really didn't have anybody to go with, and so that's why you invited your sister, right?
It was the same on both trips for Sedona and Grand Canyon. As I thought about people I wanted to invite, there wasn't anyone that I was dating at the time that I wanted to take, and my sister was safe for everyone, and that everyone in the whole group could be themselves. So yes.
Right. And after part of what was going on with regard to the defendant and Mr. Alexander is that part of the reason that you went along was that he didn't want to be alone with her, right?
Yes. He
didn't want to be alone with her, did he?
In a conversation that he had with me previously.
The answer is yes or no. He did not want to be alone. You were going along as a chaperone, right?
I don't know that I can say that he didn't want to be alone with her, but he liked that when when I was there or when I and my sister were there, that they weren't as physical.
And you viewed your role as somewhat of a chaperone, right?
I didn't view my role that way.
Do you remember that we had a conversation about this many years ago? At your house? Do you remember that we talked about this?
Yes, I do.
And do you remember that this issue came up back then?
I do not, but I can say that I could see myself as a chaperone.
Okay. And it was because Mr. Alexander.
Oh, I love this question, Amy, California Amy. Is he wearing watches on both wrists? That would not surprise me. Oh.
Asked you to be there in that role.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
How tall was Mr. Alexander, sir?
That's a good question. He was about to my shoulder, so 5'8".
Right. And you're how tall?
6'2".
So he came up to about your shoulder, right?
Yeah.
And he wasn't an overly fat guy, was he?
No, he was fit. He worked out regularly, ran. When I lived with him, he was always working out and running, doing different things.
And how tall was the defendant back then?
I think she might be slightly taller than Mr. Alexander, but I'm not sure. I don't
have anything else. Thank you.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Freeman, you were asked about this, what was characterized as you being a chaperone for this trip.
Yes.
In that regard, let me back up. How does your church view two individuals who aren't married, of the opposite sex, traveling alone together?
That depends on who you talk to.
Okay.
I don't think officially it's probably frowned upon, but traveling together is probably not frowned upon as long as you're not rooming together or staying in the same hotel room, things of that nature.
Okay.
But I know it's not encouraged.
Okay, but if you were sleeping in the same room or same hotel room or whatever the accommodations might be, that would be problematic, right?
Yes, that would be discouraged. And
if you had two other people there with you, that would perhaps divert any suspicion or concerns in that regard, right?
yes.
Okay. You also were asked, you said, well, because he didn't want to be alone with her. Were you in any, he being Travis and her being Jodi, did she force her way onto this trip?
No.
We also talked about Mr. Alexander's fitness. You described him as being, I believe, to your shoulder, but you said he worked out regularly.
Yes.
Did you observe him work out? Was that when you lived together, or did you work out together?
When we lived together, he would get up and go running every day, and he had numerous exercises he would do regularly.
Okay. Strong guy?
Yeah.
Okay, you see him lift a lot of weights?
Yeah, he would lift weights.
Punching bag? Did he have that when you lived there, or did you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. You ever see him strike anything?
Objection beyond scope.
Overruled.
Yes, but I'm trying to remember when. It was either a punching bag or...
Eyeball fingers again with the memory. What is that? That is a really bad habit.
It was something like a punching bag. I don't remember if it was a punching bag. But it was over the course as we would do the UFC fight nights.
Okay. Powerful punch?
Yes.
You were asked about Miss Arias's, whether or not she would be worthy of being baptized if she was performing oral sex upon Mr. Alexander, right?
Yes.
Okay. And your answer was that somebody wouldn't be worthy of being baptized if that was the case, correct? Yeah. Okay. But when we spoke earlier, we also talked about how someone attains the position for which they have the ability, I think was your word, to baptize someone, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that person, a person who was receiving that oral sex, they wouldn't be worthy of that title, correct?
No, they would not be worthy to perform in the ordinances associated with that office at that time until they had gone through a repentance process.
And when we're talking about office, are we talking about when you said elder?
Elder, yes.
Okay. So, based on your experience in the church, then, if someone in that position of an elder were to be violating the vow of chastity, they would lose their position in the church. Is that correct? Or they would lose that status?
They would not lose their status in that way. They would go to, if it is known that they are breaking the law of chastity within the church, especially with another member as well, they will go to a disciplinary council who will then determine what happens, whether they are excommunicated or their priesthood office is removed, or they go into a probationary period as for a year or for however long is dictated by the disciplinary council.
And what do you mean when you say probationary period? What does that mean?
If somebody goes into a probationary period, it's a term in their membership where they are not allowed to, they can come to the meetings and participate, but they're not allowed to partake of the sacrament, to give talks, to have a calling in the church, or to give prayers. And it's different depending on, it's up to the disciplinary council what it looks like exactly. But in a probationary period, they're only allowed to participate as the disciplinary council states, and then they meet with that council regularly to update them on their progress and how they're doing in the areas of their life in discussion.
Could sanctions also include excommunication?
Yes, they could.
Okay. And if someone were to face that disciplinary council, you said they couldn't take the sacrament at church, right?
Yes, until they're told that it's okay.
Okay.
Yes.
And that would be apparent to fellow church members if that was taking place, correct?
Not the disciplinary council. A lot of members may choose not to take the sacrament 1 week, just for how it's viewed. It's viewed as a commitment throughout the week to remember Christ in your actions and to follow the teachings which we've been taught within the church. And so sometimes people who have felt that they have slipped up during the week, or they've done something that they regret, especially if it's something larger, sometimes they will, in a way of humbling themselves, forego taking it until they have proven to themselves until they feel worthy again to partake.
Okay. So if you slip up, so to speak, you're not supposed to take the sacrament. Is that right? Or is that more of a
Again,
personal
it's a personal decision. At the same time, there are certain things like the law of chastity that you are supposed to address with your bishop if you slip up in certain areas. Law of chastity or the word of wisdom, not drinking, smoking, things like that. In other areas, the smaller things, it's personal discretion because the sacrament is also a commitment to say, I may have slipped up this week, but next week I will try my best to do better at those things.
Okay, that makes sense. Now, during the entire time you knew Mr. Alexander and Miss Arias, whether they were boyfriend and girlfriend or not, did you have any reason or were you under any impression that Jodi was, quote unquote, stalking Travis?
No, I had no impression. I heard that from people, that they would say that who didn't know her. What I saw for the most part was Jodi was confused about where they stood as their relationship. She talked to my mother and I and kind of the family. She would voice her concerns about her uncertainty about where they stood in the home with us, but she would, Travis would text, they would text each other, and she would go swing by and they would hang out. And so I heard the accusations that she was stalking, but I always kind of shrugged them off because I never saw anything in my experience to dictate that.
Would it be fair to say your impression was that Jodi loved Travis?
Yes.
Thank you.
And lack of foundation.
Sustained on foundation.
No reproach.
You may inquire further.
You spent a lot of time with Travis and Jodi together, right?
Yes.
You went on trips together.
Yes.
You spent time with Miss Arias as someone you said that was like a sister to you.
Yes.
You said she gave signs to you that she was confused about her relationship with Travis.
Yes.
Based on all those conversations and all the interaction and the interaction you saw with them together, are you under the impression that Jodi loved Travis?
When?
At any point in time.
At any point in time. He's trying to say when, and Kokonami says, at any point. That's not narrowing it down, Kirk.
Sustained.
When they were dating and you went to have a soup pie in 2007 in the summer, based on what you observed there, do you believe Jodi loved Travis?
Based on what I observed there, I believe she I believe that she did love him, but that she was trying to figure out where they stood. She'd made comments to that. I just want to know where we stand.
Sustained.
Was that, without telling us what she said, was that the same impression about her loving Travis but being confused that she had in the fall of 2007 when she was hanging out with you and your family discussing these things?
With regard to her feelings for Travis?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you also said in having those feelings, Travis would call her, text her, whatever, and she would come over to his house, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Looks like we have a few questions from the jury. Counsel, please approach.
Fighting championship.
Mr. Freeman, the jurors have some questions for you. What is UFC Fight Night?
It's the Ultimate Fighting Championship. It's a televised cage fight, and so every time that they would have a fight, Travis would have a televised. He had a projector and a big screen and surround sound on it. He would have a big fight night, and everyone would come out and bring potluck food, chips and salsa and dip and pizza, and it was just kind of a big party, get together for everybody to hang out and talk and socialize.
Were the arguments between Travis and Jodi any different than arguments between other couples you have observed?
I didn't think so. No.
Were these normal arguments between a couple with respect to the severity and way they fought from your personal experience?
Yes.
Did you ever see Travis hit Jodi or be in any way abusive to her?
No, none whatsoever.
Aside from Jodi, were there others not included in both groups when events were held at Travis' home?
My sister on occasion, and Aaron Dewey. He was a roommate of Travis's as well. I don't know if he was there when I would hang out with Travis and Jodi, but I know that he was there when Travis would hang out with Jodi as well, because he was still a roommate in the house.
Did you ever hear Travis call Jodi names?
No.
Did you ever see Travis physically harm Jodi?
No.
Follow up, Mr. Nermi.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you explain to us, you said you attended some of these fight nights that Mr. Alexander would host. Maybe the question makes me think, could you explain what we're talking about here? Are we talking about Olympic wrestling? What are we talking these fights entail here?
It's mixed martial arts. So boxing, wrestling, Muay Thai, any of the different styles as they're combined together. Just various conglomerate of mixed martial arts in any form.
So you said that.
I think instead of the UFC fighters fighting each other, we should just throw this guy into the cage.
And in very dignified fashion, Mr. Freeman, but are these really brutal fights?
Yeah.
Is that what we're talking about
yes.
here? Okay, thank you.
From the state?
I would have to answer.
Any other questions from the jury? Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take the noon recess at this time. Please be back in the designated area at 1:25, and we will start promptly at 1:30. Please remember the admonition. Have a nice lunch. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience. I know you were waiting for us. We were working diligently, so I do appreciate you being patient with us. The defense may call its next witness.
Yeah, the defense calls Lonnie Dworkin.
Mr. Dworkin, please come forward.
Mr. Dorcom. Oh, he's the computer analyst.
No. Can you spell your last name for me?
A computer analyst called Dorcom. Mr. Nerdy Dorcom. Is this guy worth watching? I don't know. Have we got something that could pad out half an hour? What could it be? What could it be? What could it be? Hi, Nicole. Well, let's see what he says, I guess.
D as in David, W-O-R-K-I-N.
Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give to be the
Polish.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Could you tell us your name, please?
Lonnie Dworkin, spelled Lonnie, D as in David, Workin.
I'm Mr. Dworkin. What is it that you do for a living?
I'm a computer forensic examiner.
What does that mean?
Professional dork.
I work on criminal and civil cases that involve digital evidence. The digital evidence can be in the format of a hard drive, a cell phone, audio forensics, most evidence items in the digital domain.
And what kind of training and experience do you have to do that?
Well, I have a degree in electrical engineering I received from Boston University. I worked for the U.S. Navy for approximately 7.5 years in a variety of engineering and project management capacity. I worked for Intel Corporation in a variety of roles, including product.
I studied at the University of Boston, where I did a master's in a first-class honors for a master's degree in dorkometry.
Design and development, software validation, verification, as well as part of their quality.
Software validation and verification. Well, doesn't that just brighten up your day?
Organization, providing consulting to different organizations worldwide on systems development. And then after that, when I separated from Intel, I started my current company, CompuFloor LLC. And in preparation for that, I took a number of technology training classes in the area of some of the forensic tools that I use, such as NCASE and FTK. These are forensic tools. As well as over the years, I've been doing this now for approximately 11 years, and I have attended conferences and additional training annually.
You mentioned some of the tools that you use, like NCASE. Are these some of the same forensic tools that police officers use?
Yes, I've always made it a point to use the same tools that local, state, and federal law enforcement uses, to the extent that they were available to me as a defense expert. And so NCASE is a very popular tool for mostly local, but federal also uses it on occasion.
All right, and then do you continue with ongoing education?
Yes, every year I attend boot camps and training sessions as part of conferences, or I'll attend specialized training to stay apprised of new developments in technology and tools.
All right, and were you retained in this case, in Ms. Arias' case?
Yes, I was retained.
What were you retained to do?
I was retained originally, I believe, to look at some computer evidence, and
okay, this isn't very good. What else have we got? Why don't we do a little bit of Jodi's direct testimony?
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Good morning, ladies and...
Does anyone know why the judge calls Jodi the defendant? What the hell is that? I've never heard any other judge say that.
Gentlemen.
Danielle, can you explain that? What the hell is a defendant?
Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Have any of you seen any media coverage or heard any media coverage about this case? I see no hands. Ms. Wilmot, you may continue. The court is sustaining the objection to Exhibits 393 and 394.
Yes. Lonnie Dworkin.
And Mr. Dorkin,
Huh?
we left off with pictures that you already have up there on your desk, Exhibits 393 and 394. We were talking about a mirror image or a copy of a hard drive. Do you
Fucking
remember that?
Dorkin again.
If you can refresh my memory, I don't remember the exact context.
Okay, well, we were just talking about a mirror image and things that...
Please be seated. The record will show the jury has left the courtroom. Ms. Wilmot, the images on the screen.
Mr. Newman.
Thank you. So you may come forward and take a seat, please. You can line the jury up. Line up the jury. Please be seated. The record will show the presence of the jury, the defendant, and all counsel. Mr. Nurmi,
I believe Ms. Harris needs to be sworn.
calling your client.
Yes, the defense calls Jodi Arias.
Serious, please stand to be sworn.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do. Please be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you. Hi, Jodi.
Hi.
How are you feeling right now?
Nervous.
I want to ask you, well, let me ask you this. Is this a position you ever thought you would find yourself in, testifying here today?
What's the objection?
Relevance.
Approach, please.
Let me ask you a couple of important questions before we get back and start talking about who you are and why you're here, okay?
Okay.
Did you kill Travis Alexander on June 4th, 2008?
Yes, I did.
Why?
The simple answer is that he attacked me, and I defended myself.
Okay.
Is that how you remember
It
it?
was also brought up during these proceedings that you gave an interview with Inside Edition. Do you remember seeing that tape?
Yes, I do.
And in that tape you said that no jury would convict you. Something to that effect. Do you remember seeing that? Remember saying that?
Yeah, I did say that.
Why?
I made that statement in September 2008, I believe it was. And at the time I had plans to commit suicide. So I was extremely confident that no jury would convict me because I didn't expect any of you to be here. I didn't expect to be here. So I could have easily said no jury would acquit me either. I couldn't say that.
Yeah, right. That's why you were so cocky when you said it. Do you remember when she's like, no jury will convict me. And you can mark my words on that. No jury will convict me. Incredible.
Though, because there was an officer sitting 5 feet behind me, and had I told them the reason no jury would convict me at that time, I would have been thrown into a padded cell and stripped down, and that would have been my life for a while until I stabilized. So I was very confident that no jury would convict me because I planned to be dead. Probably the most bitter words I'll ever eat.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I said those are probably the most bitter words I'll ever eat.
Miss Arias, I want to clarify another thing as well when we're talking here. Your name has been pronounced in most of this trial Arias. Is there another way of pronouncing it? Have you always pronounced it Arias?
I've heard it pronounced about 7 different ways. I say Arias, as does the rest of my family.
Okay. Well, let's back up a little bit and then talk about your family. Who's in your immediate family?
My immediate family consists of... I'm the oldest of my parents. They also had another son about 2 years after I was born, my brother. And then I have another younger sister and another younger brother. I also have an older sister from a previous marriage of my father's.
Okay. So let me see if well, first of all, what are the names of your parents?
Bill and Sandy Arias.
Okay. And are they still married at this time?
Yes,
Okay.
about 33 years.
Okay. And you said you were the oldest child of Bill and Sandy, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you have a half-sister that is older than you, is that right?
Yes, she's 5 years older than me.
Okay. And that is your father's daughter?
Yes, from a previous marriage.
Okay. And you have a brother that's 2 years younger than you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what is his name?
His name is Carl.
And you mentioned I believe the next youngest would have been another sister. What was her name?
Angela.
Okay. And your youngest brother, who is he?
Joseph.
Okay. And just so we get a bit of separation, how much younger than you is Angela?
Angela was born when I was 11, and Joseph was born when I was 13.
And what year were you born?
1980.
I mean, in my book, that pretty much makes her an only child, right? She's got an older sister from a half-sister from a previous marriage of her father. And I don't actually know, but I'm thinking that that sister didn't live with them growing up. I could be wrong about that. So she spent 11 years without siblings. That's an only child. And it's not a brother and sister, it's a niece and nephew. Oh, hang on. She said she had another brother 2 years younger than her. Okay, I'm completely wrong. Forget that.
Do you remember where you grew up?
Yeah, I grew up in a few different cities. I was born in Salinas, California, and I lived there until I was almost 12.
Okay. And what was life like in Salinas?
For the first years of my life, it was really good.
When you say that, before you continue, let's clarify. What do you mean by first years?
I would say until about age 7, it was a fairly ideal childhood.
Okay, different people have different meanings when they say ideal, so why don't you describe for us what you mean by ideal childhood?
I have predominantly positive memories of my childhood at that time. My brother and I lived when I was about 4 years old, we moved to a house in a cul-de-sac. We had the center lot, so it was a huge backyard, and we had a lot of places to play there. There were trees to climb. There were other kids in the neighborhood and in the cul-de-sac that we played with. We were close in age, so my family traveled a lot. We went camping. We went to all the theme parks in California.
Did you go to school?
Of course, yes, I went to school.
And you went to grade school in Salinas then?
Yes, I went to a private school for about 3 years and then a public school.
Were you and Carl in school together, or did you go to different schools?
We were in school together. I was held back in kindergarten, so even though we're 2 years apart, he was only 1 grade behind me.
And tell us about your parents at that time, to your recollection. Were they both working? Was your mom at home? Tell us about that.
Yeah, when I was younger, I remember my mom used to work. I guess she was working as a server with my dad. He owned restaurants my whole life. And then when I was around 11 or 12, she became a dental assistant.
Okay. And you mentioned your life was, well, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what your interests were as a child?
Yes, I had pets, cats, dog, fish. I had a rat. I loved animals. We had a lot of pets. My brother had frogs, things like that. We played a lot of hopscotch and two square when we were younger. We went roller skating. They didn't really have rollerblades yet, or at least that we used. We rode bikes a lot. We did a lot of camping. I'm sorry, I kind of forgot the question.
All right. Well, you're speaking very quietly. Are you nervous today?
Yeah. Yes, I am.
What's that?
Yes.
Okay.
Very nervous.
Could you do me a favor and pull the mic a little closer to you?
It wasn't a broom, it was a wooden spoon. Oh, there you go, Kayla's got you.
Jodi, one of the...
She paints this picture of her mother, like, walking around the house with a wooden spoon, like, tucked into her belt, like it's in a holster. And she'd just take it out and show it to her.
Things that you said a couple questions ago when we were speaking is that your life was pretty ideal up until about age 7. Is something different after age 7, or?
It seemed like, well, my parents would just, spank us or hit us as discipline, so it seemed like at age 7, around then, it started getting a little bit more intense. That's something I remember.
Okay. You said they started spanking you.
Well, I was spanked before on occasion, just it seemed like the frequency and the intensity of it increased around that age.
What do you mean by that, frequency and intensity?
Well, just, there were, I think that's the first year my dad's...
Yeah, you were born in 1980. Join the club.
started using a belt. My mom began to carry a wooden spoon in her purse.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
May we approach?
You may. Objection overruled.
Jodi, if you could, first of all, do us all a favor again. I know it's difficult. I know you're nervous. You've told us before. But if you could just speak up a little louder, make sure everybody can hear you. Okay?
Okay.
You were just now telling us that your mother carried a spoon with her. What did she do with that spoon?
It was a wooden kitchen spoon that she would keep in her purse, and if we were misbehaving, my brother and I, this was before Angela and Joseph were born, although it continued through that point. If we were misbehaving, she would use it on us. Sometimes she would pull the car over, and, if we were just being brats or something.
What do you mean by use it on you?
She would hit us with it.
She hit you hard?
It felt pretty hard, yes. It left welts.
It left welts on your body?
Yes.
When your dad hit you with the belt, did that leave welts on your body?
Objection, lack of foundation. Time, date.
Rephrase.
You told us that your dad hit you with the belt.
Yes.
After age 7.
Yes.
Did he leave welts?
He didn't leave welts as often as my mom. She also used a belt. My dad was very intimidating, so I don't think he needed to hit us quite as hard to get the point across. My mom didn't carry that fear factor with her.
In the latest bullshit Lifetime movie, I think it's called Jodi Arias, behind bars or bad behind bars or something. It shows prison life and her cellmates, Donovan, the one who was running her Twitter account for a while when she was released, when Donovan was released. So it shows a lot of their interactions behind bars, and in the movie, which I believe is based on a real life claim from Donovan, this whole thing about the wooden spoon, the story about the wooden spoon and the abuse, were stories that Donovan, or the other one, the other cellmate, would tell Jodi about their childhood. And she commandeered the story, adopted it as her own, and that was her inspiration for this tale that she's telling the jury, which I didn't know until I watched that bullshit movie. It's really bad, but you have to watch it because it's Jodi.
So I think she used more force. So her blows felt a lot worse, actually.
Physically or emotionally?
Both.
You loved your mother?
Yes.
And she hit you?
Yes.
You said that these were frequent, these incidents where your mother would hit you, they were frequent and intense. I think those are your words, right?
They were definitely intense, but they increased in frequency
Okay.
as I got a little older.
Can you discern for us how many times a week your mother would beat you with this spoon?
I don't recall how many times particularly, but it seemed like it could go anywhere from 4 times a week to once every 2 weeks. It just depended.
Okay. Now, how long did you live in Salinas? How old were you?
I was born there and I lived there until age 11.
Okay. So let me ask you this, that you talked about these beatings that began at age 7 when you lived in Salinas. Tell us about the next few years before you left Salinas. Did you continue going to school, that sort of thing? Tell us about that.
Yes, I went to a public school, had a lot of friends. My brother was at that school too, and he had his own circle of friends. And we would just do things together, school activities, after school activities. And
activities, what were your interests at this point in time in your life?
I began to get into art. Again, my pets were very central in my life at that time. I began to read a lot of books. I took piano lessons. My brother and I took karate lessons. He learned the clarinet. I learned the flute, things like that, just general.
Okay. Do me a favor, because when you say the word art, it can mean a lot of things to a lot of different people in terms of art. It's a pretty broad area. So were there certain areas of the art world that you were interested in, or can you describe that for us?
Yeah, when I was younger, I liked to color with Crayolas, and my older sister and I would color, and there were a lot of colors. She had the big box with all of the Crayolas, and so we would draw pictures and just watch cartoons and that kind of thing. So I would have coloring books, and I just began to take an interest in that because I wasn't able to draw what I saw, but I would see art, and it would fascinate me. So I slowly began to practice doing that.
Okay. Now, at this point in time, did the beatings from your mother and father, did they continue?
Yes.
Did they increase in nature?
They began to increase, I'd say, all the way through my teenage years.
Did they increase, you've talked about frequency and severity. Did the level of the brutality increase?
Yes, my brother and I we didn't like being hit. I know I didn't. So we would squirm around a little, and so the more we squirmed, the harder they would try to whack us. So just as that progressed, things would increase, At one point, I don't think she meant to, but my mom broke my brother's vein in his wrist because he was putting his hand behind his back to block one of her blows. And, as I became a teenager, my dad would get rougher and rougher.
Okay. Before we go on to rougher and rougher.
The mother's listening to all this like, okay, so we're just going to have to let her tell this story. None of it's true.
Let me ask you this, and I'm not simply talking physically. How did they feel? How did you feel when your own mother was beating you?
When I was younger, I remember feeling, I didn't have a word for it then, but I can describe it as betrayed and confused. And as I got a little bit older, it would just really make me mad because I didn't get why, I don't know, I understood that I was being punished, but I would just be mad at her a lot over that because it hurt.
Because you still loved her?
Yeah, I loved my mom.
Even though she was still beating you, you still loved her?
Yes, it put a strain on our relationship, but I still loved her, of course.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
I still loved her.
Going back to what you said a few minutes ago about your dad and the beatings getting rougher and rougher, could you describe for us what you mean by that?
Yeah, he never beat me with his fists or anything, but he would just shove me into furniture, sometimes into the piano or things like that, into tables, chairs, desks, whatever was around. He would just push me really hard and I would go flying into that. One time I hit a doorpost, the side of my head hit the doorpost and it knocked me out momentarily. I just remember waking up on the ground with, my mom was there, we were all arguing. I was arguing with my mom and he got involved. And so I remember waking up and she was telling him to be careful.
And this incident you just described about you passing out or knocking into a door frame or doorpost as you described it, do you remember how old you were when this happened?
By then I was age 17, maybe 16, but I think I was 17.
Okay. Let's back up a little bit because you talked about instances of you being pushed into furniture and a piano, like it was just like nothing to it. Did this happen a lot?
Not as often with my dad as with my mom, but it just, I don't know, if I did something to upset them, it would happen.
Okay.
Sometimes I got grounded. That became more the norm in high school, so the physical punishment was a little bit more farther apart, but more intense than it was prior.
At this time that you were getting these beatings from your dad, did you love him as well?
Yes, of course.
In this time period now, you said you moved from Salinas about age 11?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you move to?
We moved to Santa Maria, California.
Okay. And I know we talked about this is where in Santa Maria your dad was pushing you into furniture, right? Is this where these things were taking place?
Yeah, these things really started in Santa Maria.
Okay. And was that where you went to, would that have been your junior high years, if I follow that correctly?
Yeah, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade.
Okay. And did you go to school with Carl then?
I did.
Okay. And what were your interests at that point in time?
At that point, I was really focused on trying to make new friends. That was kind of difficult. In 6th grade, I went to an elementary school, and then in 7th grade, I went to another new school it was called it was junior high school, then it's now middle school, I guess. But, so it seemed like I was constantly going to new schools. There was this new school, then another new school, and then, then we moved again. And so it was just hard to make friendships. I did make a few close friends, though.
Okay. Well, you mentioned earlier that in your grade school years you had an interest in art.
Yes.
Okay. Did that continue through junior high?
Definitely. I don't remember so much in 6th grade focusing on my art, but in junior high, I took an art class, maybe 2 art classes, both years. And I had a really cool art teacher, and he mentored me.
Okay. Let me ask you, as it relates to your parents, how was your interest in art received? Did they encourage that? How was it received by your parents?
They didn't discourage me by any means, but they were lukewarm, I'd say. It was like, oh, that's nice. They weren't really moved by it, I don't think. I was getting a lot of praise from my classmates and my art teacher and other people, but I didn't really get that from them. They were just a little bit indifferent, but not disappointed.
Was that hard for you not to get encouragement from your parents?
It didn't really bother me at that time. I would think it was kind of the norm, so I was accustomed to it.
Okay. By that time in your life, you were used to them not fostering out your interests, right?
Fascinating.
Let me ask you this. Did your parents ever show any interest as you were growing up in your artwork? Did they ever foster your interest in art?
They did, minimally. At one point, I think this was after I moved to Santa Maria, I was enrolled in one art class, which was after school, and it lasted a few weeks. I created a few pieces, a few projects, and I remember other family members being more encouraging. I have a cousin who's a very accomplished artist, and he complimented my work, and that was in the presence of my parents, so
okay.
They never really went out of their way to, display it or anything like that, but I don't know.
All right. And where did you go to high school?
I went to high school, after 8th grade, we moved to Northern California, to Yreka, and I went to Yreka Union High School.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. You said Yreka something.
At least when I was there, it's called Yreka Union High School.
Okay. And I'll ask just because it's different in different places. What grades were you in when you entered Yreka High School?
That school is grades 9 through 10. I'm sorry, 9 through 12.
Okay. So what years then did you enter? Did you enter in your freshman year or later?
Freshman year.
Okay. And so you were starting off at a new school again in high school, right?
Yes.
Okay. And just to give us a sense of things, how far was Yreka from Santa Maria where you moved from?
I don't know the mileage, but let's see, from Salinas to Santa Maria, it's 8 hours, and then Salinas to Yreka is 8 hours, and then Santa Maria is another.
I think when it's a death penalty case, they really give the defendant like a lot of room, don't they? So how far was Salinas from Santa Maria? It's like, what the fuck? Murderer! We need to talk about the evidence.
3 hours south, so.
So you were several hours.
Over 10 hours, yeah. Over 10, yeah.
Did you know anybody at Yreka High School when you were going?
I didn't know anybody when I moved there, but my mother went to, I don't know if she went to school with or knew another woman about her age who had a daughter my age that was going into high school as well. So we hung out a little bit during the summer, so I knew her and her sister, but that was it.
So just a couple of people.
Yes.
Now you mentioned when you moved to, based on what you told us before, we correct in understanding that the beatings, the pushing of the furniture, that sort of thing with your dad continued throughout your high school years?
Yes.
Were those the incidents you were talking about before, about being pushed into the post and the furniture, or were there other incidents?
That happened when I was in high school. There were a few things that happened right before we moved. A bunch of friends and I one night decided, like the last night I was there, we decided to sneak out of the house and hang out. And my parents woke up and found out. So when I came back, my dad asked where I had been, and I had fallen asleep. He woke me up around 6, and so when I sat up and I was disoriented because I had been sleeping, so I didn't give him a satisfactory answer. So he hit me across the face, and I fell back down, and then he sat me back up and asked me again, and I didn't give him a satisfactory answer, so he hit me across the face again, and I fell down again.
When you say he hit you across the face, did he punch you?
No, it was an open-handed, hard slap.
Do you recall, did you bleed?
No, I didn't. Not that I recall.
Did you bruise?
Not that I recall.
Did it hurt?
Yes.
Just so we can clarify as well, your dad's a pretty big guy, right?
He was very big at that time. His health he's frail now, but he was very big at the time.
Can you give us an idea of how tall and how much he weighed at that time?
I don't know his weight, but he's about 5'11". He used to bench press 520 pounds. He was a really big guy for a while.
You said he used to bench press 500 something pounds.
520, yes.
Was that a hobby of his, weightlifting, or can you describe that for us?
Yes, he was very much into weightlifting. He had, I guess it was like a Bowflex machine at home. I think it was called Soloflex. It was one from like the 80s, but he would use that a lot to work out. He was into martial arts. We watched a lot of movies like that. Things like that. He went to the gym frequently.
To your knowledge, was your mom aware? I know you mentioned the one incident where your mom was present. Was your mom aware of your dad beating you?
Well, when she was present, yes, of course. Sometimes we were on road trips together, and they would take turns if they, had to pull the car over or something. Not that it happened several times in one trip, but I remember it being both my mom and my dad punishing me in the presence of each other. And I don't know, when she was gone, I assumed they would talk about it.
Okay. We talked a little bit about your dad during high school and your mom with the wooden spoon. In your younger years, did your mom's beatings with the wooden spoon, did they continue in high school as well?
They continued for a short time, but I think as I turned 16, 17, I don't recall her carrying the wooden spoon around. She would just start grabbing whatever was available, like a hairbrush, or she had acrylic nails, so sometimes she would grab me and dig her nails into my skin, things like that.
Okay. In high school, what were some of your interests?
In high school, I was very interested in learning Spanish, so I took that all throughout high school and middle school. I was getting into art. I was excited to get my driver's license. I traveled abroad to Costa Rica to learn Spanish better. I had a few friends. I didn't really make a lot of close friends like I had before. It just seemed like I was constantly making friends and then we were moving away. So,
She actually be able to go, she was asking what her interests were.
Sustained.
Did you have a lot of friends in high school?
I had a large circle of friends, but nobody I was very close with.
Would I be correct in assuming that your interest in art by the time you're in high school moved beyond the Crayola crayon phase?
Yeah, very much so.
Tell us about that.
I was at my grandmother's house one day and she had an old set of oil paint and I knew what oil paint was. I'd never worked in that medium before, so I didn't know what I was doing. I just took a piece of printer paper and started painting oil paint on this paper, and oil began to spread around the paint. So I figured, okay, that's not going to work. So I went to Michael's, the arts and crafts store, and bought some supplies and began to experiment with that, and started painting.
And did you work during high school?
I did. My dad owned a restaurant at the north end of town. It's now a Mexican restaurant, but he owned it then, and I would work as a server there from the time I was a freshman on through, I think, 96 or 7 when he closed it.
So you started working in 9th grade. How old were you in 9th grade?
In 9th grade, I was 15.
And was there a certain amount of days you worked while you were in high school?
He put me on a few afternoons and the weekends.
Did you graduate high school?
No, I didn't.
Why didn't you graduate high school?
At the time, about 3 months, well, it's kind of complicated.
Okay. Well, let's talk about it. Did you drop out of high school?
Yes, I did.
Where were you living at the time that you dropped out of high school?
I was living with my boyfriend at the time, about a little town 6 miles outside of Wairika.
Let's break that. Why did you leave? Prior to that, were you living with your parents?
Yes.
Why did you leave your parents' home to go live with your boyfriend?
I was kind of becoming tired of the discipline, and I was 3 months until I was 18, and one day they decided to ground me until I was 18 because I skipped one period in high school because there was a final for my, I was taking a college history class, U.S. history, and I didn't feel like I had adequately studied for the exam, so I skipped that period to study for the exam.
Hey, Matt Sherwood, good to see you, man. How you doing?
And decided I would make it up the next day, so I parked my car in the parking lot of Rite Aid and just cracked open the book, and I was studying it for that hour. And my dad, somehow he found me. It's a small town, so I guess the school notified him that I wasn't present for that class, so he found me, and at that point they didn't use physical discipline that day, but I was grounded till I was 18, so I couldn't fathom being grounded for 3 months. When you were grounded in my house, it meant no phone, no TV, no friends, no social functions of any kind. You're in your room, period. So
let me ask you this. This would have been towards the end of your senior year in high school, or was this at the end of your
yeah, it was in May, I think.
Okay, so of your senior year or of your junior year?
Maybe April. My junior year,
okay.
Yes.
So you dropped out of high school before you finished your junior year? Is that right?
No, I did finish the junior year, mostly with D's and F's, because toward the end of the year, I just let it all fall apart.
You mentioned discipline, you talked about grounding. Was there any particular physical incident or an incident of abuse that motivated you to leave your parents' home?
One of the incident I described where I was knocked against, I called it a doorpost, I guess it's a door frame. Then at that point the guy I was dating, we started talking about me possibly moving in with him, so after that incident I began to surreptitiously pack boxes of my things and start moving them out to his house. And then when they grounded me until I was 18, all of my stuff mostly was there. And I thought, I was going to wait until I was 18 to move in with him, but it was 3 months away, and it just made sense to me at the time as a 17-year-old. So I just moved out.
Okay. After your junior year, then, did you just not go back to school? Is that?
Yeah, I turned 18 that summer. I got a job at another restaurant and began working there full time. I had bills to pay now, car insurance and credit cards and that kind of thing. So it just, to me, it made more sense to work so I could support myself and my boyfriend. He didn't have a job.
Okay. And what was your boyfriend's name?
His name was Bobby.
And what was his last name?
Flores.
And Mr. Juarez, how old was he in relation to you?
He was 3 years older than me.
So he would have been out of school, I would assume?
Yes, he was out of high school.
And what did he do for a living?
He had never been employed at that point, so, it was an isolated town we lived in, and it was difficult to obtain employment.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, as it relates to Mr. Juarez, when did you meet him?
I first met him the first summer that I moved to Wairika when I was 15. The carnival comes to town, and so I was there with the girl I'd mentioned that my mom introduced me to. Her and her sister, we were there. And I saw him walking in a crowd with a few other friends, and he caught my eye. He was very intriguing looking. He was kind of dressed like 18th century goth, kind of. He was.
Well, can you describe for some of us who may not follow that reference, just kind of describe what he was wearing? Maybe?
Yeah, it was like July or August when I met him, and it's in the maybe triple digits in the temperature. It's very hot. Wairika gets really hot, not quite like the desert, but in the triple digits in the summer. But this guy was dressed in a black suit and a high collar white shirt, and he was on crutches. He had long, dark, curly hair, and he just seemed intriguing to me, so I remember seeing him walk by, and I didn't approach him or anything, but I noticed him. So we spent the day there, my friends and I, walking around, and at one point they were getting in line for the zipper. I didn't want to get on the zipper. There was only 2 per cage anyway, so I was kind of the third odd one out. So I just stood next to the line waiting for them to go on the zipper and come back. But I was just looking around, and I caught his eye again, and he was looking right at me. And he motioned for me to come over. He went like that, and I didn't know if he was talking to me, so I kind of looked around and looked at him again, and he did it again. So I walked up to him, and he said, in a very kind way, he said, "Do you want to go?" Oh, sorry. 15.
Let me ask you this without telling you what he said, and just to clarify a bit based on what you told us, he would have been around the age of 18 at this time, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were 15. You meet him at a state fair.
Yes.
Thing. Okay. Tell us then, do you begin a relationship at that point in time, or just kind of describe for us how that relationship was at that time?
No, he invited me to go on the zipper with him, so we went on one ride with that and talked a little bit as we were flipping around, and after that we parted, and I didn't see him again for a while.
Okay. When did you see him again?
I think it was October, maybe November of that same year. I was at a homecoming football game for my high school, and I saw him again, and he was with some friends. And I was really shy, but I wanted to say hi to him, so I walked up to him and said, "Do you remember me?" And he said he remembered me, but he couldn't remember my name, so I told him I didn't remember his name either. So we kind of reintroduced ourselves, and he said, "Tell me your phone number, and I promise I'll remember it." So I gave him the house phone, which was my parents' phone. We didn't have cell phones. And he remembered it and called me.
Did you begin dating at that time?
No, we were just friends. We talked for a while. We weren't dating.
Okay.
He was actually seeing a girl, I think. I don't remember.
Okay. So you were just friends for a period of time?
Yeah, several months we were just friends.
But you were telling us he became your boyfriend at that point, so I'm assuming there's some point in time that you two began dating.
Yeah, the girl broke up with him, and there was a period of time where he was single and I was single, and we started just talking more and more. And then I think it was on New Year's that year when I was a freshman, we decided to become boyfriend-girlfriend.
Okay. And then you said that was your the beginning of your sophomore year? Or?
I would have still been a freshman then.
Okay. And you said you were going to become boyfriend and girlfriend?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You guys decided that. Was he still in high school at that point in time?
No, he was out of high school.
And to your recollection, was he working at that point in time?
No, he wasn't working.
Okay. Describe for us then what being boyfriend and girlfriend at that stage in your life meant for you and Mr. Juarez.
For us, I didn't have a car, I didn't have a driver's license yet. I think I was getting my permit that year. So he would come to town, and so during lunch, a lot of kids would leave campus, and there's a small gas station, USA gas station near the high school. So I would walk down there and he would be there. There was an arcade there, and he really liked video games, so we would meet there and just hang out, hold hands, that kind of thing.
Okay. How long at this point in time, how long did you date Bobby continuously from the time that you were 15 till you moved out of the home?
No, we stayed together for a while, and I think at age 15 I felt like the relationship was getting very intense. He was talking about being together forever, and you know, I loved him, but I didn't feel like I was in love with him, and I knew at age 15 there's no way I could decide who I wanted to spend the rest of my life with at that point. So he wanted to move to San Francisco, and he had all kinds of wild ideas, they seemed fun, but they were just not where I was. So at that point I broke up with him.
What do you mean wild ideas?
Well, he entertained the belief in vampires, and he thought, well, let's go to San Francisco and see if we can find some real vampires. And, you know, I used to read Anne Rice.
Let's go to San Francisco and see if we can find some real vipers. Okay. The fuck?
Novels at the time, it didn't seem realistic to me, but it seemed like it was just an idea that I would go along with, you know, with him.
And this was at a time when you were about 15 years of age. You wanted to move to San Francisco and hunt vampires,
Yeah.
right?
So, yeah, so we could live together forever and be together forever.
Was there a certain point in time then when this was going on and you said it was getting too intense for you? Did you and Mr. Juarez break up?
Yes, it was one afternoon. I broke up with him on the phone. I don't know where my parents were, but my Aunt Lisa was at the house. She was picking my brother and I up. I was having this conversation with him. He was very upset. And Lisa wanted us to leave. She wanted to take us. We had to go somewhere with her. So I didn't have time to stay on the phone with him for a long time and talk through it with him. So I had to sort of abruptly end the phone call shortly thereafter, and it was, I don't know, I guess he didn't take that well.
Okay. What do you mean by you guess he didn't take it that well?
I found out a few years later that he...
Objection, Pearson.
Approach. Overruled, you may continue.
Sorry, Ms. Harris. We were asking, you said you understood that Mr. Juarez didn't take the breakup you had when you were about 15 so well. Describe for us what you mean by that.
I learned a few years later that he slit both of his wrists and tried to kill himself, and he was committed to some kind of psychiatric ward in Citrus Heights, just north of Sacramento.
Okay. Did you have, after this phone call where you broke up and you left the home. Did you have any sort of relationship with him in between that and the well, let me ask you this way. It sounds like he was your boyfriend again about the time when you turned 18, right? A few months beforehand? Okay. How did that come about?
We didn't talk at that point for a few years. It's kind of silly. There was this older man that used to come into my parents' restaurant. I'd say he was in his 60s, maybe 70s, and he always had his Bible. And it was a small pocket version of the New Testament, and he had it all marked up, and he was always, you know, quoting Bible scripture and things. And he had done the math in the Bible and determined that he knew when the second coming was going to occur. And
oh, this is priceless. This is great.
And he said it was going to occur September 23rd, 1997. So I was really naive and I kind of believed him. So he would come in weekly or several times a week on my shift and continue to reiterate that. So, I mean, at the time I was non-denominational Christian and this seemed important. So I thought that Bobby should know about it because at the time he wasn't religious and he was uncertain about his spirituality, at least when I last had known him. So to me it was important that he at least hear that information so he could make a decision for himself. So I made contact with him again and called him in, I think, mid-September 2007.
Okay,
I'm sorry, 1997.
Just so we're clear, in terms of your high school years, how long of a break, I guess, was there between this phone call that you made to break up with Mr. Juarez and the phone call you made to recontact him? How long of a break or was there in between those two?
I'd say, let's see, maybe 19 months.
So you make this phone call to Mr. Juarez, and you said this was in 1997?
Yes.
Okay. And where would you have been in school then? Would you be in junior year? Or?
I was just starting my junior year.
Okay. And subsequent to this phone call, did you begin to remain a friendship with Mr. Juarez? Tell us about how that evolved.
Well, when I first called, he answered the phone. I could recognize his voice. And I said, "Is Bobby there?" And he said, "Yeah, who's this?" And I said, "Jodi." And I immediately heard a click. So I left it alone and I thought, okay, because our last phone call some years back didn't end well. And so the next night I tried one more time and the same thing happened. So I left it alone. And about...
Well, let me ask you this before we continue. You mentioned that Wairika was a pretty small town, right?
Yes.
Okay. You never ran into Mr. Juarez in between these two phone calls?
No, he didn't live in Wairika. He lived in Montague, which is 6 miles from Wairika. It's even smaller. I think there's about 1,000 people in that town.
Okay. But never during this time did you run into him at all?
No.
Okay. And I'm sorry, you had talked about you had called him a couple times, you hear the click on the other end of the phone. How does the relationship progress from that point?
I don't know how many days later. It was under a week, maybe 4 days, maybe 5 days. I was on the phone with a friend of mine, and we were talking, and I heard the call waiting beep, so I clicked over, and I heard someone say, "Is Jodi there?" And I recognized his voice, so I clicked back over and said, "I have to call you back." So I clicked back over, and we started talking again.
Okay. Did you, after that conversation, did you become friends again? Did you start dating again? Just describe that for us.
Yeah, I felt kind of silly explaining to him why I was calling him, especially knowing that his religious beliefs at that time were not really defined. And I kind of expected him to laugh at me, but it was important to me. So I told him the reason I was calling, and
Overall, you may continue.
he expressed appreciation for that, which surprised me. We just sort of picked up from there and began talking again.
Does talking mean dating?
No, not yet.
Mr. Murray, we're going to take the afternoon recess. Ladies and gentlemen, please be back in the designated area at 3:20. Please remember the admonition. You are excused.
That might be the perfect place to leave it, guys, as the judge takes a break. Yeah, there's still about an hour left of the testimony from day 13, so I think we'll have to come back tomorrow. We're 4.5 hours in, so we gotta go. Okay, yeah. All right, well, thanks for coming, guys. Crazy Jodi. We're going to be moving on to something else, another case pretty soon. I really want to do Grant Amato. The guy that sent $200,000 of his parents' money to a Bulgarian cam model and ended up executing his mom, dad, and caring brother. He was sending her, what was it? It was $600 an hour to talk to this girl. Oh my God. We've got to get into that. It's a great interrogation. Subscribe to the channel, like, share, leave a comment, support us on buymeacoffee.com, PayPal, Patreon, blah, 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 blah. Merchandise. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, moderators and commenters and super coffee go-getters. Okay. Jodi, how far are we going to take it? I mean, we could do the whole fucking trial, but I don't think anyone really wants that, you know? I think we've done the main bits. Maybe we'll do her testimony, her direct testimony, because it's just amazing to... You get to walk through her mind and think, this is how you thought you were going to walk out of this. You know, she might have done. Imagine that. Just set free, loose to wander America. Work for that Colin Griffith. Kenneth says, yeah, Travis's family has to be like, what the actual F is happening right now? Exactly. My ex-boyfriend, when I was 15, he wanted to move to San Francisco to hunt vampires. Why are we here? Fucking hell. Yes, and I remember the drive from Salinas to Wairika. It was long, and I had to move schools several times. Just that, the gall. I think this is the proper use of the word, the gall of that woman. But you know what? Personally, I think the biggest crime in this whole ugly mess is Dan Freeman going through her fucking rucksack, taking all her shit out in her absence. Don't need this, don't need this, don't need this, this is too heavy. You're going to ruin our trip. I don't know a single woman on planet Earth that would put up with that. You know what I mean? Not at all. Not for 1 second. All right. Thanks for sticking around so long, Acapella. Last moderator standing, I think. Good on you, son. All right. Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, guys. Thank you, everybody. Good night.